We're back. And we're almost done. At least, well, with Apollo Justice, which is one of three, but still. Point is, it's trial time. We saw what Phoenix has been up to. Well, let's use it. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? Innocent. I don't know why. I'm not the judge. I don't know why you're telling me to choose. The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? I mean, I did click next chapter, so I'm going to say yes, I'm ready. Take me there. I'm Daddy Phoenix. I'm ready to save the life of a young woman. Something inside me. Rising. Surfacing. Okay, actually, this is, I'll explain in a second. Something important lost long ago. It's close now. So close. This is my... How do I explain this quickly? I'm just gonna call it my teacher's assistant outfit. That's technically what it was originally. It's occasionally used as a detective outfit. This is my I need to look professional look, but also slightly slutty. Because you always need to be just a little bit slutty. At some point, I really need to post what all my different outfits are. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. I mean, look at how low look at how low the shirt goes. I don't know. Well, actually, I probably do. I don't have cleavage like this, but if I did, wearing a shirt like this that goes all the way this far down. Nah, full study is only for those who have the money to get away with it. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Misham's condition? Acute acetylcholine poisoning. According to her physician, she could die at any time. And thus, her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here? It's called trial in absentia? Yes, they can. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. I can't delay the trial any longer because here in the Ace Attorney world, you got 3 days, except for in very specific circumstances, or they risk having no one left to try. Also that, a trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. Oh, good. So all that past and present stuff that we were doing actually mattered to you. Good. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Also, I hope she doesn't die. Like, can we wish for that? Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. And the prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Yes. However, I think they kind of just explain. No, you're right. It's Ace Attorney logic. It's stupid. A trial. He explained. He like sort of hand waves it here. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. Which is like, well, especially considering the only. Okay, but especially considering the person who died, who she's on trial for murder, is her own father, and there are no other relatives, and no one else needs that closure. I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. Whatever. Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. Okay, you're making a lot of assumptions there, Clavier. Objection! But Vera was poisoned at Shokunin. The exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? A confession? What better confession? I would say an actual confession. And not one that's coerced. Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. A significance since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. I say fuck you. I'm raising my middle finger at you. Oh, we could have had that verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict.
Hi, I have like 1,000 objections. First of all, fuck you. Second of all, Judge, I like your beard hair. You look nice and combed. It's very fluffy. What product do you use? What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Measham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court, giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who the mystery killer was. You're not gonna like my answer, and also, fuck you, that's not my job. But I guess it is.
A prosecution's objection is sustained.
Alright, fuck, I guess it is my job now.
I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Measham was poisoned.
I've got 2 things to prove here. Who did it, and how? Which hurt hit first? How did the killer poison Vera Measham? I'll focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Another bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Measham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Measham?
No. It's over here. We already talked about this last week. Through the fingies.
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand.
Boo! Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah! Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. You recognize this bottle, don't you, motherfucker? Hey, motherfucker! 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 Bitch! You recognize this bottle. I know you do. I know you fucking do.
So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it?
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish?
It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails?
Oh, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time.
Ignoring that for a second, sir, let's recall yesterday's trial and hope that your wife isn't watching this. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court?
Court is now back in session.
He's biting her. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails.
Her nails? Oh!
Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails?
Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish?
Yes.
That bottle belongs to Vera Measham.
Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this?
No,
just checking. Question. I know you're not on the stand at the moment. Does lying from the bench count as perjury? Is this perjury since he's technically lying, but he's not under oath? Well, I guess, are lawyers always under oath? I would assume so, right?
Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter.
It's because he's hired to prosecute. Yeah, but he's still lying to the court. Well, I guess he's technically lying to Apollo. He's still lying in court.
You realize the weight of this accusation? Here, let me show you.
Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time.
Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish?
Oh, goody goody. The thing is right on his dumb face. No, but he could also just say, I don't know.
What's this? Christoph Gavin?
What's your game? My bro, there's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He is behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did.
What?
Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday, it could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago, or perhaps it was 7 years ago.
But what? Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. Look at how hard he's sweating. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness looked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay. If the defense's wish is granted, let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand.
Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Bring forth a bastard we already know is a murderer.
Your Honor. How nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I have been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Step over, lip, Apollo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadone nail polish. Why yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. You can tell she's not dead yet? You can tell he's evil because when he tilts his head down, his glasses completely cover his eyes. That's the sure sign of evil. Especially with the smug grin that goes with it. And, was there something concerning about this bottle you wanted to... Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit, I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misha was poisoned. At your quinine, was it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier? Maybe you can explain this. You're being accused again. By him. Again. Ah. And? You agree with his accusation, do you? I love that he's not answering that question. I love that he's not answering that question.
Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court.
He's not really gonna give us here when it's that vague of a testimony prompt. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too? That's exactly what I'm going to say. 100%. Thank you for, getting ahead of the game. Of which this is. A game.
Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Hold on, where's my evidence? What do we have? Oh, we don't know what this said because we didn't open it. Dude, why is this so blurry? I don't think I looked at this before. David, does that say David Christoph? No. Impossible. From Drew Misham. Ugh. Rude. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the evidence? Where's my evidence? When no textures become a game mechanic.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination.
I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. Again. Of murder. Again. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why? I feel like I already know the answer to both of these questions. I just don't have the evidence for it. Okay, let me see where to start. Can't you still make contact with the outside world in solitary? Ah, so he had an accomplice from the outside. Is this your latest accusation? I am allowed a certain modicum of letter writing. With the contents of those letters are closely checked, it would be extremely difficult to send a hit request. Not if it's in code. Prosecutor Gavin's on the warpath, isn't he? Yeah, you think so too, Trucy? I bet I know why. He must be nervous with Big Brother watching. Maybe that's a weakness I can turn to my advantage. Are we cool with that? May I continue? Oh, they want me to use the bracelet. Hold on. I'm curious about something. Will you let me use the bracelet on Prosecutor Gavin? No, damn it. That'd be really clever, though. Damn, that would have been awesome, though. Oh, whoops. It's not what I wanted. Rather than I say poisoning, let me clear. Vera had no reason to want to commit suicide. And also, who would commit suicide by doing their nails? And the answer is quite simple. Basically, allow me to explain, beginning with, why did she do it? The answer is quite simple. She couldn't live with her own guilt. Next, why did she use nail polish to poison herself? This too is simple, so she could die doing something that she liked. That's a weird... something that she liked. Once she saw that the trial wasn't going her way, she knew she would die. And it's not easy to bring poison into a courtroom. Must I explain further?
I believe that's clear enough. Crystal clear.
Wow, the two brothers together is like a two-man wrecking team. It could use a little more teamwork, though. I mean, yes, 100% I am. Both Vera and Mr. Misham were poisoned with acetylcholine. That really can't be a coincidence. The defense is repeating Felicia's statements based on conjecture. So are you! You're also conjecturing! That's all you're doing! Is saying, oh, she probably killed herself because blah 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 blah. It's like, where's your evidence? And the prosecution requests concrete, unambiguous proof of the witness's crime.
Objection sustained.
Hi, Lady DeVar. How you doing?
The defense will please present concrete proof.
I don't know if I have that. Does Prosecutor Gavin seem strange to you? It's like he's all grown up. I think that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. Though he is acting different than usual. I'll bet it has a lot to do with his brother Kristoff being in the room. Well, let's make this testimony count, Apollo. Alright, quick and painless. My bracelet should do the trick. Okay, I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something, as long as I focus. Just like dear old Mom. Oh, right. Is it really that simple? When do you touch your glasses? When are you pressing them? I'm waiting. You bastard. Alright, technically I guess he's not lying. I know he's lying, I just don't know, I just need to find out which line. Her father died of the same poison, which require... Because this... That line is out. Let's try this one. Because this is the only one where he's saying a flat-out lie. Blink, motherfucker. I mean, we are suggesting that, 100%. Yeah, it's probably that line. I just need to find it. I'm watching you like a hawk, motherfucker. Blink! Blink, bitch! Here's your other hand. What the hell? How long has that been? Hey, I found his towel, but also, what the fuck? Nope, wrong button. Curses. What the hell? You have quite the scar on the back of your hand, my dude. Very interesting. Freaky. Disturbing. I like it. Very fun. Remember what Vera said before? It was the... She did say that. We never really understood what that meant. It was you who killed Drew Measham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And, let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. Oh, what does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Measham found of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Oh. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Measham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's an alibi, then I don't know what is. If the murder weapon is 7 years old? But you found a way all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Measham. But I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Measham died, he was seen writing a letter. Atraquinine was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. Take that, bitch. What do you have to say to that, motherfucker? That's all, Your Honor.
Order, order, order! Poison on the back of that stamp?
After Drew Measham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Measham write you a letter. That's how you killed him.
What?
My. You upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp! A so-called postage stamp, end quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? Or what I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case.
Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Oh, you meant to kill him alright. You just didn't mean to kill him, you know, so much time later. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence.
He does have a point. How would this witness know the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder.
What? Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Measham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin, locked away in a cell.
Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things.
No, it hasn't. Hold, I'm not done. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defendant's bluff has been called. Excuse you, calling back to the first case with the poker game? Throwback. The defense's bluff. I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff.
You were, Christoph! What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin?
Forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Measham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There is no way to know when Measham would use the stamp.
Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned? Why? Because you and he. I apologize. Say? I don't have a response to that. Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Measham died by that stamp, and that's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you tried to slip out from under this accusation by changing the subject. He makes a really good point. Clavier, thank you for making a wonderful point in my favor. You're getting some love points back, my dude. If that's not bluffing, what is it? Because he makes a good point. Chris, all we said was, this stamp killed Drew Measham, and you're the one who gave them that stamp. And Kristoff said, how would I know? Blah, blah, blah. What are you talking about? Why would I know when he blah, blah, blah? It's like, that's a terrible, what? I could ask you the same question, Kristoff. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well. I should take his claim head on, then. Justice. What? You accuse me of Drew Measham's murder, yes? And then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo! Motive! He's talking about a motive!
Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Oh, there's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
What do we have? We have the red envelope about the receipt, saying how he got the stamp to him. Not helpful. We don't have... I don't know if we have it. I don't know if we have all we need. Because his motive is that he forged the notebook page, the fake version. And he wanted to make sure that no one found out. But I guess this would be... Oh, no, this is the fake one. I thought this was the real one for a second. No, this is the fake. This is his motive, right here. Let's say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there is a motive in a random serial killing. It's... Well, generally, like, their motive is, like, they have this method and they have this reasoning behind them. Like, they have how they pick out certain people. It's like, they kill just because they want to. Well, I guess it's technically a motive. I'm going through with this no matter what. Especially since a random serial killing isn't technically much of a thing. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence.
Then let's see what you have for us.
They usually have a reason, no matter how fucked up that reason is.
What reason did Kristoff Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Measham?
I believe it's this. Kristoff Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Measham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
I mean, that's part of why he was never caught. Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Measham accepts his first job creating forged evidence.
I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Gramarie's diary.
When attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. And this was the evidence he presented. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven! The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? It's the first page. And this is the second.
Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Measham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Measham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery.
To keep them from talking?
But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Her forehead, do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp, and it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Durmisham was none other than Phoenix Wright. Objection! Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. No, hold on, this is Phoenix. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday.
I understand I am asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was Shadi Enigmar's previous defense attorney?
No, this can't all be.
But it's all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin!
Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this? Witness! I mean defendant! Former lawyer? I don't know what to call you anymore. Devil! I'll call you Devil. Yes, that works.
Let me begin by denying this. Objection! It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That would be difficult. I'm afraid the sign of inquiry won't yield.
Objection! Because I refuse to say it the way that you do it, because I already have a voice for you. Her forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. I mean, he is kind of helping put his brother in jail. Again. Evidence! Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it! Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case! He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. What do we have to connect Christoph Gavin to this? Other than this, I guess? I mean, we do have whatever the hell this is trying to say. What else? We have the nail polish, but that's not good enough. What's in this letter? I want to see what's in this letter. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. And prove is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Measham?
Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Measham 7 years ago. Prove it!
It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not... Objection! Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt.
Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Objection! Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Did the penalty not match his passion? I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Probably not since the third trial of the final trial of the third game. Well, Mr. Justice?
Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Measham. And I have something that clearly does the job.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Measham.
This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that.
Is there some problem?
There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't.
Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Ah, shit. What? What do you mean that's Phoenix Wright's handwriting? Excuse me?
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
I see now. Yes, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell. Except I wasn't there. There's more than one daddy. You're right! She didn't say which daddy! She said Daddy's handwriting. She sure as hell didn't say Phoenix Wright's handwriting. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell?
No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured. No. What do you mean, no, it wasn't in your cell? However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
Reproduction?
Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell. He brought with him a small video camera. That's right, I forgot about the video camera in his pen.
What?
Wow, look at how tensed up his face is. Horrifying. He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Which feels a little bit like a crime, but
regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video, a man with no authority who whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment.
Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law.
Can I request that we go get this piece of mail?
Please remove the defense's evidence from the record.
Better luck next time, Justice. Hold on, can we go get the real one? Can you send someone to the jail cell to go get the real piece of mail?
Well, we've certainly taken a detour from a cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Who said objection?
Objection! Objection!
The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. And now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph?
Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret.
Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours?
Take a moment to consider everything you built.
Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You can lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Wow, normally that's my job. Normally I'm the one who's pressing people. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me, Herr Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago... Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? I might request we put the current cross-examination on hold. A prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the videos several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it?
Unnatural?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment you call in Drew Measham. It was almost as if... what? Honey, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence.
Oh!
Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, a Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page.
Don't do this, Clavier.
I knew because you told me, Christoph. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a bad look for you, Mr. Anonymous Source. Anonymous tip-off. Mr. Why did you know that? What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier, Christoph, well, seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? Well, the attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then... I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph! We were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnifie's diary, wouldn't it?
Mr. Gavin?
My Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gremery. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. I'll get to that later. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. Excuse you? He never once fucking bluffed. Okay, actually, no, hold on. He bluffed a little bit, but he could always back it up at the end. There was a little bit of bluffing. But also, like, he was legitimately very good at what he did. He dismissed me, and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. The DLC of the first one, that was the one where we met Emma, right? I don't remember what he bluffed about. I remember the case, and I remember the forensics, I just don't remember the bluffing. That was a long trial. That DLC was long. Anyways. Hold it! So, the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramarye both deserved what they got. That you asked Mr. Measham to forge the evidence so you could win! But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Gramarye's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap! Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, bluffing works a little bit. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Except that now that we know that it was all a lie, we can give Phoenix his attorney's badge back. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Perfectly. You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end?
Cancelled when the defendant vanished.
Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years.
What?
You were afraid your forgery would be revealed, and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said, every day, for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalist Sharky is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramarye got rubbed out after 7 years, right after coming into contact with me?
Oh, wait just a minute. Zach Gramarye was seen by this reporter? How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Here we go. Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramarye, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right. Leave it to me, Trucy. We're gonna avenge your dad. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
Sir, everything about that statement is completely wrong, except for the tragic part. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramarye. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Oh, you're such a strong kid. Trucy, I love you. Did she already know?
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifique Gramarye's death started it. Magnifique Gramarye's death and his student Zach Gramarye, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Drew Measham?
Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Precautions?
To keep people from talking, of course.
These two know too much.
Leave them alive, and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers.
Quinine.
Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Meesham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadonib nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Meesham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails.
Oh!
That nail polish was her good luck charm.
She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently, she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made.
It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she went into any trouble, she'd become nervous, and the nail polish would do the rest. This time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. Of course they would. Because of course once her dad died, she'd be super nervous, and she would go, nom 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 nom.
If you're finished,
may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an interesting piece of fiction. Death by nom 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 nom. No 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 no. Meanwhile, poor Drew Meesham died of licky licky. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Quinine that took Drew Meesham's life. Objection! What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Grammary to keep him from talking. That was already proven 6 months ago. I killed no man of that name. I'll read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. Hey, guess what? I have proof that he's exactly who we say he is. Where the fuck did the proof go? Where's my proof? Oh, here it is. It's this one. This is the proof, bitch. Fuck you. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Objection! Again! Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. Exactly, Maya. Okay, it is a 1 in 9 chance. Thank you for the posture check and the uwu. Hi, Maya. Hi, ow, and the hydrate. How you doing? How do you keep getting the Danganronpa sound? It's a 1 in 9 chance. How does that one keep coming back? Francisco von Karma is in that list, and anyways, hi, hello. The defendant's name is Vera Meesham, suspected in the murder of her father. Pure skill, fair enough. My trial has been finished for 6 months now.
I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Meesham who was on trial here.
No! Oh, but you were doing so well, Apollo!
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Meesham innocent.
Apparently, reasonable doubt doesn't exist here. To be fair, this isn't... Let's say this isn't America. It's not American. Regardless. Objection! Your Honor! Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
Objection! You still don't get it, do you?
Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Veronician to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Only an Ace Attorney deals in... No. Everyone except for the Ace Attorney deals in absolutes. Like the opposite of the fucking Sith. There's only one. They're the only good one. Evidence is everything. There is nothing more. How dare you fucking throw this at me?
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
I hope you I wish good gender upon you all. May you have the good gender. I'm gonna use that as my greeting tomorrow morning when I wake up in the Discord. How? Don't say that's wrong. Everyone deserves good gender. Anyways, I'm gonna say a good gender sound to everyone.
Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for the novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well.
However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph. Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. Oh, that is, you would have been right, until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. That's right, this isn't a normal trial! This is the jury trial! And this is the trial case for a new judicial system. Phoenix fucking Wright! My hero! He knew this was gonna happen! That fucking bastard, I love him. Give Daddy Phoenix a kiss, he deserves it. That's right! I'd totally forgotten! The jury system! Jurist, you say?
The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law.
Common citizens? Wisdom? Is this some kind of a joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers? That's no way to get on the jury's good side. That's a good way to get the jury against you, my dude. They're not going to be too happy that you said that.
Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law.
Nonsense. There is only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. I think I can read that better. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. Spike the camera lens. Turn around and say hello to the good people, Kristoff. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? Ow, I hurt my hand. So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. 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 Right! Wow, he's screaming a lot. Where'd your glasses go? How's your hair doing the thing? I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts. Christoph, it's over. Clavier, the law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. I'm getting a little bit lightheaded. Because doing an insane voice is fun. Like, look at his face next time we go see Christoph Gavin. Tell me that I'm not doing a voice that's incredibly fun.
The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings.
Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to.
I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father, the painter Drew Misham. However, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurist of the court. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty?
Technically, a jury never finds anyone innocent. They find them not guilty. There's a difference.
I turn to you now to consider this matter.
Beep. October 9th, 1248. Jurors' Chambers. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or is there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That's all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That's correct. I looked into all your dossiers. None of you are involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Wait a second. Who's jurist number 6, and why do I have a feeling it's Valent Grammary? Make your decision in the case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Judge wisely. Judge well. Jurist number 6. Hello? Ma'am? Lamourar? What are you doing here? Holy shit! Is the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal? No, we're done with the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. We've done all that, Maya. It's gone. It's in the past. It's dead now.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thank you, Lady Var. How many years will it take for them to bring this up? Oh, they're never going to bring this back up. I have a feeling they're never going to bring this up. Holy shit. She's alive. She's fucking alive. Holy shit. Mom's alive. You'll love to see it. Too bad Dad's dead. So, verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system. Innocent. by unanimous decision. The record will show. When the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. It was only half the lethal dose. Vera Measham opened her eyes. No! Why are we here? Why are we in Hickfield? I don't like this guy. Phoenix, why don't... Vera! Oh, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too. And proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about... What if Vera... Hey now, don't you start crying too. Aren't those all of Phoenix Wright's Steel Samurai DVDs that fucking Maya sent him? Sorry you had to see us like this. Vera? Thank you so much. Apollo, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. And she selected guilty, she dies, and the trial is canceled. Jesus Christ. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes, I saw you, and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes. Looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. Yeah, near-death experience will do that to you. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Bye, Maya. Thank you for the lurk. We'll see you later. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Ooh, look! It's me! Oh, I love it! Thanks! That is really cute. Is that me? Or is that, it's either Apollo Justice, or it's, fucking, or it's All Might from My Hero. You really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy. Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? No, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away.
You may not again for some time, Trucy, but know this. I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Gremory, after all.
Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. And he can't... Oh, and I've got you too! Even your voice is kinda loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Oh, Trucy? Huh? Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted? Yet? Here goes! Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat!
Objection!
Not loud enough, and I like Miss Magic Underwear better anyway. That's Magic Panties, Apollo! Ah, the magic panties. Never get tired of them.
So, your memory's returned.
Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan, too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lamorad. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That's why you chose me as one of your jurists.
You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy.
Of course it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. Also, it is funny that she is like, maybe he's meeting a new daddy. Or new mommy. Not new daddy, that's Edgeworth. New mommy is like, no, old mommy. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you.
Are you going to tell them?
They do not know?
Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings.
I will go to them when the time is right. Until then,
Don't worry. I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her, at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside.
Of course she's sad. She's 16, and her dad was alive only to die for real.
Your bracelet.
Yes?
I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. 2 fates destined to intertwined. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that.
I can't believe I once accused Lamorar of being the one who murdered romaine lettuce. Even for a brief moment. Oops! Sorry, Mom. Not my intention. Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. Many years ago, during a simple rehearsal. To be fair, that was more than 7 years ago. He's seen a lot of strange things in the past 7 years. He didn't say anything about before that. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died. But I didn't survive the accident. That is why I left the troupe. My family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. Isn't she blind? How did she press the not guilty or guilty button? And read the handbook? I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Oh, that's right, she got eye surgery. I forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder.
Speaking of miracles, Vera Misha regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are.
It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken. Sometimes a life is spared.
You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for.
And that's pretty much the end of the story, for now anyway. I've still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice. Objection! I'll be honest. I thought that was going to take a lot longer than it did. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Trucy Grammary, frankly, I got my doubts, but Hat Grammary, now that'll pack him in. I love Mr. Hat. Mr. Hat's the best. So Trucy and Apollo do know that they're siblings. Yay. Awesome. I love that.
It's not every day you get to try that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? And that's why it's over.
She just said little big brother.
The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session.
Oh, like... Maybe I did miss that. To be fair, I didn't realize that this was happening and I can't pause it, so it's moving by very quickly.
Oh, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the the bar exam. Again.
Which he does. He does that. He does do that. So, I was standing around eating snackoos the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science. Although preservatives might not be 100% safe. Still tasty though. Emma, that's not exactly the ending I was expecting for you, but that's fine. In a likely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing closer than restaurant is borscht. But if greater challenge is being required,
then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for.
let it be Guy. Let it be Guy. I'll do next. Forgot about the Russian girl who was actually a gambler or a dealer, a cheater. I don't know what to call her. Oh, right, it's Miss Kataki.
So, Kitaki Pastries is getting back to its Eastern roots. I swear the culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time.
This is how we ride the route, capiche?
Oh, but we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time.
That's right, I forgot that he just has really tiny eyes. And this is how we write people, alright?
And not that Walkie's paying any attention. Oh, kids.
How is Waki Kataki? How is that Naruto wannabe? Since his fiance ended up being a fraud. Bizarre! Chinese carriages on cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that! Man, you want to make it today, you gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker. For real. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What, you want me to call it the OG muffin? What a weirdo. What a little weirdo. I don't know where all this talk about food is coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one, too. See, this time, I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend Eldon's noodles is about the salt? Salt forever! I know some trans woman that would just devour a thing of salt. Oh, I forgot about the panty thief.
My exceptionally inquisitive nature has won me unequivocal adoration in my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stinkler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko, reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure.
I think they're calling you that because you're a pervert who stole panties. My dude. God, I completely forgot about him. You know, for good reason. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. It has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. So are you not, are we not all talking to Phoenix? To Apollo? You're wearing the bracelet, goddammit! Go talk to your kids! Brushle, brushle, brushle! Brushle, brushle, brushle! Brushle here, back on the beat with another interview! How do I feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. And quote! I don't like that picture! I don't like your teeth being over your lips. How did you do that? Where did your lips go? You scare me. I decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Is that everyone? Aww! I love this picture. This is such a good picture. Hello? Oh, that's so cute. Look at this happy little family. She's fine. She's rich. She'll be sad. She's 19. She's sad, but she'll be fine, I think. Oh my goodness. We're 1 game down. Also life insurance.
Continue on to the next game. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies.
So, yeah, that only took an hour and a half. I was expecting that to take a lot longer. Who's ready to just roll right into the next one? Oh no. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. Well, it was nice knowing you all. Why is there a bomb in the courtroom? I do love the fully animated sequence, though. I do like that. No, not the judge's scene. We've been looking at that thing for years.
Dark times, where the law has been reduced to rubble, and it's up to us to restore it to its former glory. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Don't you worry.
Don't you worry.
I've got a trusty new partner on board.
I've got a trusty new partner on board. I've got a trusty friend.
Done.
Done. Okay, I've got a voice for both of them.
You bet. Let's do this.
She's been with us for half a year, though I can hardly believe it. Anyway,
I was gonna say the same
our
thing.
latest weapon.
I was gonna make that same joke, Kay.
Are you all right, miss?
Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end.
Time to bring it to an end. I think this is more or less a fine voice for Phoenix. What do you think? Cheersy! Let's go. I don't remember her name. Who was he talking to? Not a clue. He's back, baby! Look at that spiky-haired motherfucker. Oh, because there's Apollo. Apollo, what the fuck are you? Apollo, what happened to you? What time skip bullshit shenanigans, edgy shit happened to you? With the coat and the bandages and the missing eye? Hello? Apollo has gone into his edgelord phase. Yeah? Is it edgelord phase? Yeah, words are hard. The best thing about bombs is how they race and destroy. Without discretion. Boom. Look at all this beautiful destruction. Now all I have to do is pin everything on that little girl. That's right. You know I'm evil because of both the way I talk and the fact that I'm blaming a child, a little girl, for such a crazy explosion. Let's go. December 17th. We were in... Well, I guess we don't know what year it is. Nope. Not feeling nervous at all. It's amazing what a girl can get used to. Even a tense atmosphere like this is no biggie. You doing okay, Athena? You doing okay, Athena? God, it's weird seeing the 3D models. We haven't seen that since Great Ace Attorney. Except they look different. I think it was a style. There's a bit of a stylistic difference in the textures in Great Ace Attorney. This one feels different. No, I know what it is. I know it's weird. It's because the backgrounds are 2D. And maybe a different rendering style. Probably because it was on 3DS. Oh, Apollo. Yep. Doing great. Like, I'm a little tune great. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good to hear. Although... I could have sworn I heard your voice crack for a second there. Look, that's just the vocal training. It happens sometimes, you know. It's hard to maintain, you know. The cracking, it's just gonna happen. Don't worry about that. Ugh, I'm that transparent, huh? No, to be a transparent, you need to have kids first. Anyways. Cracking? No, my voice isn't cracking. There's a steal here, I tell ya. This is Apollo Justice. He's a fellow lawyer at the office I work for. Apollo is the lead for the defense on this case. But I'm going to be there at the bench with him, doing what I can to help out. I'll do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Speaking of steel, how are you holding up? That explosion really did a number on you. Oh my god, this just happened. I'm just happy that you're okay, Athena. Although, I can't pretend I have no connection to this case. That's why I'm gonna see to it that Juniper's name is cleared. And I'm sure you feel much the same way. You got that right. I don't rest until Junie is completely cleared of all suspicion. Apollo, Athena. Apollo, Athena. Oh, she's so cute. Look at her. Thank you for doing this for me. Junie. Hey, are you okay? But what I think Athena's gimmick is, considering she's got the little robot necklace, I think she... No, I think... You have Sense Lies with Magic, Sea Lies... I think the little robot's gonna be like... Their heart rate is spiking. They're sweating, blah blah blah, like basically like pointing out. Data analysis stuff, I don't know. Best I got. But no, when I saw her put that little robot in her necklace, my first initial thought was 100%, oh hey, it's me. I'm the little AI in her necklace. Oh, to be an AI in a necklace on the chest of a cute girl. Oh, who said that? Anyways. Sorry about that. Whenever I always seem to go into coughing fits whenever I get nervous. That kind of thing never happens at home in the forest, though. It's because the air here is polluted. This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear, dear childhood friend, and she's also our client for this case. The news keeps repeating that Junie is the alleged bomber. That's ridiculous. There's no way Junie would do anything like that. That's honestly it? I called it! I'm a genius! I know this shit. I brought you a little snack, Athena. Just a little something from my garden. Hey, thanks. So, is this an orange or a tangerine? It's an orange. My grandma says that orange is the color of strength and endurance. Oh, I get it. Strength for the trial, right? Junie, you're always so good to me. Jeez, look at me. Standing here clutching an orange to my chest with tears in my eyes. Oh, don't you worry. They'll be so powerful in there, they won't know what hit them. Right, Apollo? Yeah, that's right. Come with me. This is one trial we just can't lose. I was about to say, you have so much more confidence now. Apollo? Buddy? Pokes him with my foot. Hey, buddy, you want to wake up? I know you're tired, but this isn't nap time. Nap time's not a few more hours. Buddy? Hold on. Let me check his pulse. I don't know how to check someone's pulse. So either he's dead or he's not. I'm not sure which. Apollo! Apollo! Blood is seeping through his bandages. One of his wounds must have reopened. Technically, he met his sister. He just doesn't know it. All this time, he was trying to put on a brave face, but he was really overdoing it.
Mr. Justice!
Huh?
The trial is about to start, sir. Please proceed to the courtroom.
What? Now? Oh, but Apollo's in no state to defend? I have to defend Juniper. Oh, what are we gonna do? The trial's about to start, with or without us. Oh, there's only one other option I can think of at a time like this. But even if I called him now, he'd never get here in time. No, wait, there's something else I can do. Luke and Leia, but without the sibling kiss, without the incest. And with different fathers. We never did learn anything about Apollo's dad, did we? Not a bit. Apollo, give me all the evidence for the case. Huh? What are you gonna do? Bailiff?
Yes, miss?
The defense would like to submit a substitution of attorney petition. What, Athena? Han and Chewie? You know what? I'll take it. I can be Chewbacca, that's fine. I'll rip someone's arms off. You're not seriously. You just concentrate on getting better. I'll defend Junie. All by yourself? Athena, stop for a second and think about what you're saying. You've never once taken a case on alone before, right? No hay problema. I can handle it. I think. I guess it's really up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with me taking over? Sure. I believe in you, Athena, and that's enough for me. You're worried for me, aren't you? To be honest, I'm pretty nervous too. I think my heart just might burst out of my chest. But you're in no shape to stand at the bench now, so you'll just have to leave it to me. Does that make Phoenix Wright Obi-Wan? Or does that make him Yoda? No. It would make him Yoda. Christoph Gavin would be Obi-Wan if Obi-Wan was evil. Mia is Yoda? But Mia's long dead is the only problem. She's more like Mace Windu. Alright. I can see your mind's made up anyway. Like Yoda. I hate it that I can't be there, but I know you'll give your utmost to defend Juniper. You bet I will. Rest assured of that. She keeps coming back as a Force Ghost. My name is Athena Sykes. Psych. Sure. Do you play jokes on people and every time you do, you say psych? I'm still just a newbie, but I'm a lawyer. This is only the second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. It'll be the first time I stand up there alone, though. But I have to do this. And I'm definitely not about to let anything bad happen to Junie. I'll be honest, I fully expected... Okay, so here's the thing. I'm coming into Dual Destinies knowing absolutely nothing. 100% nothing. Like, I knew that this character, Athena, existed. I forgot her name. I don't know anything about her. Edgeworth is Boba Fett. Everyone's just waiting for him to show up. Words. What was I saying? Yeah, I knew about Athena, but I didn't know anything about her. I just seen her image. But I didn't know about her. I don't know about the little robot. I didn't know that you played as her. I'm gonna be honest. I thought you played as Phoenix in this game. I thought we were back to playing as Phoenix Wright. But nope. They're like, it is Athena's turn. So I know nothing about this. Did this come after Great Ace Attorney? Phoenix Wright Games. Games, here we go. Apollo Justice came out. Then Dual Destinies, then Great Ace Attorney Adventures, then Spirit of Justice, then Ace Attorney 2. Okay. So this is before Great Ace Attorney. But then the next one is after the first Great Ace Attorney. Good to know. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Holy shit, Judge. It's so weird seeing you in 3D. Also, it 100% is that they figured out their 3D style in Great Ace Attorney. Because it's not rough, but it is definitely new. I can feel it. It's so weird to see you like this. I'm not used to it.
Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Fucking, what the hell happened to your hair, my dude? What the, is that a wig? Please tell me it's a wig. And the prosecution is also ready, Your Honor. And once again, I don't want to harp on it too much, because it was their first 3D game, and it was on the 3DS. So we're seeing it in a lot higher fidelity than they meant it to be. You know? It was not meant to be seen on a screen this big. And what is the meaning of this? I was under the impression that Mr. Red Monkey would be my opponent today.
Yes, well, a substitution of attorney's petition was submitted just a few moments ago. Due to the explosion in the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice is unable to continue.
You just turned on your 3DS to see? I don't have this, like, physically on 3DS, so I can't answer it, but still. I see. Not at all surprised you used that as an excuse to run away. Do you forget that the first time he was in court, he beat your ass? Like everyone does? Have you ever won a case? With me as an adversary, who wouldn't want to feign illness in order to escape? I'm sorry, would you like to go look at the blood stains in the defendant's lobby? What? The nerve of that guy. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Well, I would if I wasn't so nervous. Ugh, this arrogant jerk. Widget! Oh my god, his name is Widget! You arrogant jerk! Oh, I need to come up with a voice. What? I need to come up with... hold on, I can do it. I can do it. We can come up with a good, fun voice for Widget. Should it be more robotic? Should we make it more robotic? I think we should make it more robotic. You arrogant jerk. No! Her fucking face! Oh my god, I love this animation. Holy shit. That's fucking funny. It's harder to look at on the 3DS? Interesting. I need voice mod to give the robot reverb? God, that'd be funny. I need to figure out how to do that. God, look at her face. I love this. This is fucking hilarious. No, Widget! Is my hearing getting worse? I could have sworn I heard the defense say something just now. No, you didn't hear anything at all, especially not from me.
How odd. I could have sworn I also heard something.
Oh, that would be my indispensable partner, Widget. He sometimes blurts out what I'm thinking. Well then, if that's the case, then it's a clear contradiction to what you just stated. Contradiction? You just stated that you said nothing. However, if that device of yours says what you're thinking, and you indeed said I was... Oh, what was it? Elegance at work? I love this woman. I love Athena immediately. I am 100% in love with the facial expressions that she makes. Like, Apollo had some really good ones too, don't get me wrong, especially the duck face. But oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. Actually, it was arrogant jerk. At any rate, what does it matter if it's a red monkey or a yellow monkey facing me? Wow, that's fucking rude as shit. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's so rare to be able to have them not be quote-unquote pretty 100% of the time. That being said, occasionally the female characters in Ace Attorney, like when they're on trial or whatever, will make weird faces. But this goes way beyond that. Hello, fresh out of law school rookie can defend this witness.
Mr. Payne, I believe that's enough. Let us get back to the case.
Of course, Your Honor. I'm more than ready to show this little girl why they call me the Rookie Humiliator. Phoenix Wright, Apollo Justice, and soon Athena Sykes, as well as, honestly, Mia Fey. Everyone humiliates you. I'm pretty sure even Miles Edgeworth could fucking humiliate the shit out of you. And he's a prosecutor and not a lawyer. And your ancestors. Can't forget about Ryunosuke Naruhodo beating the shit out of your ancestor. And Susato, I don't remember her last name. Susato also humiliated your ancestor. I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk. Arrogant jerk.
Miss Sykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court.
Did Phoenix face down? Payne has a brother? It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't remember that. I'm very sorry. It was just a knee-jerk reaction.
Now then, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, if you please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, the incident occurred yesterday here at this very courthouse in courtroom number 4. At that time, the trial for a certain bombing was being held in courtroom number 4.
Oh yes, I was presiding over that trial as well. And Mr. Justice was there as the lawyer for the defense.
A bomb that was being presented as evidence suddenly went off during the trial. It was a terrible incident, and courtroom number 4 was completely destroyed. Fortunately, we were able to start evacuation procedures before the explosion occurred. Just a few seconds more, and it would have turned into a horrific loss of human life. Why was the only person who got hurt Apollo?
Well, there was, in fact, one death, was there not?
Oh, that is correct, Your Honor. When courtroom number 4 was examined after the blast, the body of Detective Candace Arms was discovered. She was to take the stand as a witness later in the trial.
I suppose she wasn't able to evacuate in time. What a terrible tragedy. I must admit I stumbled at least 10 times myself before I was able to escape.
Maybe the court should see about getting you even shorter robes. And the victim's body was found near the entrance to the courtroom. I suspect she stayed until the very end to help guide the others out safely. Your Honor, allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and details about the bomb. Stuffed it? Really? Aww! It's so cute! Look at the little bomb! That's not what the bomb looked at like in the animation. Oh, but I love it. Who would want to make a bomb like that? Who would want to blow that up? It's so cute. Oh, I guess they took it out of the stuffed animal. And that's what we saw. Okay, I know how this works. All evidence for the trial is filed in the court record. When I want to check something out, I just use R. I'd better take a peek later. Cause of death, trauma to the back of head caused by impact with a flat object. Time of death, between 8 and 11 a.m. Interesting that it actually has a picture. Normally that's separate. Oh, it won't let me... Hello? I wish to examine further. Let me look closer. You bastard! Let me turn out my badge. I'm mashing the A button. It's not doing anything. Bitch. You're not Winston Payne. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck? I was wondering why his hair was so weird. You're not Winston Payne. What the fuck? Huh. Alright then, I guess you have a little bit more right to be... No. I still hate you. I don't know if you know this, Kay. Winston Payne isn't exactly a good guy either. Wouldn't exactly call him a good person.
Now then, please call the accused to the witness stand. Defendant, are you feeling all right? You're looking a bit pale.
I will say, I'm glad that the animation still looks just as absolutely ridiculous in 3D as they do in 2D. Slightly more so. I'm so sorry. No, hold on. You're a little bit more rural. I need to give you a little bit... I want to give you a little bit more of a rural accent. I was feeling a bit weak when I first arrived here at the courthouse. But I'm alright. They learned how to use the deform tool. They learned shape keys. And he's really giving it her all. I better make sure I do the same. If we could please proceed. Your name and occupation, defendant. Hey, you gotta push it not just to the max. You gotta go beyond the max. Beyond 100%. Go to 150, 200%. Deform that thing. Squash and stretch it as far as you can. Have fun with it. Juniper Woods. A high school student. 18 years old, high school student. Oh, how old is Athena? Miss Woods, can you confirm you were in the courthouse on the day in question? Yes, I came to know Apollo Justice through my friend Athena. And so, I was there yesterday to watch his trial and lend my support. Something's wrong. Junie's really scared. How did you know I'm also known as the Defendant Humiliator? It looks like yet another chance to show everyone how I earned that moniker. Ugh. This is arrogance, no bounds. I have to protect Junie no matter what. Hey, you arrogant Prosecutor Payne. Oh, what is it? Do you want me to demonstrate why I'm known as the Rookie Humiliator instead? Deep breaths, Athena. Don't let him get to you. Prosecutor Payne, Junie is telling the truth. Mr. Dress has also backed up her claim when we saw him in the defendant lobby. And Junie, he said that he was glad to get the Lotus Root you gave him too. He was? Now Grandma says Lotus Root is good for your eyes. She says they can even help you see into the future. They can? That's the perfect present for a lawyer. And if that's true, I guess he must not have eaten them.
A sweet girl like this, blowing a courtroom to bits. I must say it's very hard to believe.
Objection! Now, Your Honor, I don't let her seemingly innocent appearance fool you. The defendant had a motive for committing this crime. That's not true. I don't have any kind of motive. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant. However, that doesn't matter. The only thing that does is that her objective was the destruction of the courtroom number 4 itself. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Why in the world does Miss Woods want to do that? That's a very good question coming from a novice such as yourself. But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges? What? Oh, yes I have. And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system?
Objection!
Objection! No, wait just a minute. If that kind of thing was a motive for blowing things up, then every one of our clients would turn into bombers.
That's a valid point. We wouldn't have a single courthouse left standing in the land.
I can see the accused is the only one who might bear resentment against the courts. But Miss Woods is the only person who have committed this crime. Why? Because we have found some decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt. Decisive, huh? I'll believe it when I see it. It involves a very unique aspect of the bomb itself, Your Honor.
And what exactly was so unique about it?
Why don't we have Miss Sykes answer that question? Huh? Me? I notice that you appear to be very nervous, and, well, gentleman that I am, I'd like to offer you the chance to gain some confidence with such an easy question. Could he be any more condescending? Really, what a thoroughly unpleasant man. L is for loser. What did it just say? Nothing. Not a single thing. Now, let's see. What was I supposed to do at a time like this? Oh, I know. The court record. The information I need is somewhere in the court record.
All right, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. What was unique about the bomb that blew up the courtroom? Was it because it was inside a stuffed animal, which we already saw?
Mr. Payne, what kind of simpleton do you take me for? It was stuffed inside a stuffed animal. Its evil intention covered up by cute exterior. Very good. Have a cookie. The bomb that went off in the court's room was indeed hidden inside a stuffed animal. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? I am fine, just like I said from the start. I can do this.
Yes, as I recall, the bomb was inside a stuffed animal the whole time. I never even got to take a look at it. But what connection does this impish elephant have with the defendant?
The answer to that question lies in another piece of evidence, which I have here.
And what, pray tell, is this? It appears to be a little singed.
It's a tale, Your Honor, the tale of a poor victim of the explosion.
This is incredible! Are you saying it's Detective Arm's tale?
Your Honor is so very close, but no, it belongs to the stuffed animal. It's called the Phony Fanty, a rather unpleasant name if you ask me.
He's the mascot for a campaign to eliminate false evidence and false charges, is he not?
Exactly. His motto is phony evidence is just trunked up. That's so wrong on so many levels. I think it's kind of funny, but also there's no reason for that to exist. The Phony Fancy's tail is made of vinyl cloth, and we found something very interesting on its surface. The defendant's fingerprints. What? What? The Phony Fancy provided the prosecution with all the evidence we needed. It clearly proves that the accused handled the bomb. Oh. Adorable. She's cute, I like this kid. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would Junie's fingerprints be on it?
Well, it does appear to be pretty irrefutable evidence. The court accepts it into evidence.
A piece of the stuffed animal that the bomb was inserted into. The defendant's fingerprints were found on it.
Miss Woods, do you have an explanation for us?
They did this campaign instead of changing to a jury system. If you want to get rid of false charges, fix the prosecutors. And also, by all accounts, false charges are never going to go away. That's kind of a part of the jury system. That's part of just a court system in general. I don't understand. Bandage on a wound, yep. Instead of fixing the symptom. Hell, I'd say it's not even that. Because it doesn't actually fucking fix anything. The people who want to bring in false evidence, and, you know, have someone else and frame someone else for their crimes, they're still gonna fucking do that. How about you, Miss Sykes? Do you have any plausible explanation to refute this decisive piece of evidence? Well, I can't do it. I can't think of a single thing. I'd better come up with something, for Junie's sake. If you can't produce an answer, we could always go straight to the ruling, if you prefer. No, I have to say something fast. Oh no, I can't get my voice to work. Why now of all times? I thought I overcame this already. Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court? Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court? What the fuck? Hello? Wow, animating this really makes it all levels of fucked up. She was a defendant? Why would you accuse a tiny child of using a sword?
As you can see, there is no room for debate.
I like my voice for you better.
Objection! Why, it's you.
He's back, baby! Sorry it took me so long to get here, Athena. Apollo explained the whole thing to me over the phone. He asked me to come help you out in his place. Thanks for coming. I hate to admit it, but I was having a real rough time on my own. I don't know. I think you were doing just fine, all things considered. You hung in there, giving me enough time to get here. Now, let's turn things around. You got it, boss.
Ho ho ho! Look who showed up out of the blue. If it isn't Mr. Phoenix Wright, you always manage to surprise me.
Your Honor, Mr. Payne has called for an early ruling, but I believe there are still many things that need to be deliberated. How did Miss Wood's fingerprints wind up on the stuffed animal? How was the bomb even detonated? Until these questions are answered, I assert it's impossible for a fair ruling to be made.
You are absolutely right. Let us continue from where we left off. I assume you have no objections, Mr. Payne?
None at all, Your Honor. Wait, are we playing as Phoenix? No, I don't know. Considering we never get a peek inside anyone's head unless we're playing as them, quote-unquote. Miss Woods really looks like she's having a hard time. Junie's really struggling, Mr. Wright. I get the sense she's afraid of the courtroom itself. Because of yesterday? Yeah, it was understandably very traumatic for her. Poor thing, and here she is, back at the courthouse again, being so brave. I'd like to make a request, Your Honor. If at all possible, I'd like to have Miss Woods rest in the lobby.
Given the defendant's condition... Very well, I grant special permission.
You'll get some rest, Junie, and leave the rest to us. Okay, thank you. Sorry about this. Phoenix Wright. I've been looking forward to meeting you.
It's been a while, Mr. Payne.
You're more clueless than I'd heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I need everyone to know that I am a fool. I'm an absolute and total fool. It took me many Ace Attorney games to realize that his name was Winced, as in like wincing, in pain, and his brother is gasping in pain. I'm a fool! That's when you have free reign to throw shit at me. Because god damn it, Ace Attorney! Why are you not in the court records? Where the fuck did you go? Thank you, Lady Devar. Okay, so I'm not alone. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Kay, for sharing in my foolishness. Love to see it. Anyways. Curse you, Payne. What? Long-standing rival? When were we ever rivals? Wait. I am the younger brother of your long-standing rival, Winston Payne. What? Long-standing rivals? When were we ever rivals, let alone long-standing? You'll see, Mr. Wright. I will cleanse Winston of the disgrace he met with at your hands. Looks like this royal pain is going to be as thoroughly unpleasant as the other. Your Honor, the prosecution would now like to call a decisive witness to the stand. And this witness will testify as to how the accused detonated the bomb in the courtroom. Excuse me.
Very well. Call your witness, Mr. Payne.
I feel like I'm having trouble having a good voice for Phoenix and for Athena. A witness, your name and occupation, please.
A witness?
Your name is Detonate. Your name is Detonate. Name, Ted Tenate. Occupation, bomb disposal specialist.
Oh my, what a strange robotic voice you have.
Speech synthesis via typing, it is the same as me talking. He sounds exactly like a robot.
Can't you speak in a normal manner? I can.
You can? But I do not like to speak. Speaking is inefficient. Emergency expenditure. Speaking greater than typing. Understand?
What an odd witness.
Mr. Tenate was in charge of the bomb for that trial and was there when it went off. He was the one who actually said it, but I should not be saying that out loud. Because I am the prosecutor and I should not be saying that.
Being a bomb squad specialist, do you have any relation to the victim?
Negative. I first met the girl while on this job. Many people are employed by the police. I know only a fraction of them. However, I was shocked when I first discovered the body of the victim.
Shocked?
Shocked. I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body. So he was the first to discover the body, was he? He is here to testify about the circumstances surrounding the moment of the explosion.
Very well. The court will hear Mr. Tenate's testimony, but at the very least, show this court some respect and remove the face card witness.
Hello, sir? Your eyes? The bomb was originally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. Bomb name HH3000, operated by timer or with a remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I got stunned into silence. Not because of the extendo, but a little bit because of the extendo, maybe because of the white parts of the eyes. What the fuck? I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down. Nail-ass looking motherfucker. No, he doesn't, well, I was about to say he doesn't have a shell, but actually his helmet. So even the bomb was supposed to be disarmed, it somehow got switched on. Precisely. Activating the timer is very simple. 1. Connect wires. 2. Switch on timer. A monkey could do it. I am sure even you would be able to, Mr. Right. I guess this makes you the blue monkey in this barrel of fun, boss.
I'd now like to begin my cross-examination... Huh? Mr. Tenate, what is that?
HH3000, aka a bomb.
A bomb? Good googly boogly. Ah! Mr. Tenate, I demand that you disarm at this instant.
Disassembly complete. 5.3 seconds. 0.2 seconds short of my personal best.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm not exactly a spring chicken, you know.
This is an exact replica of the HH3000. It is used to practice disarming bombs. Disarm, success, explosion, failure.
An exact replica of the bomb that exploded, is it? So that's what it looked like.
I submitted a photograph of the real bomb taken just before the trial. Dimensions. 10 inches height by 10 inches width by 10 inches depth. Curse me. Weight, 12 pounds. A perfect replication. What the fuck is talking? I do not know how to do that.
Your bomb does appear to be a very good copy indeed.
Yes, however, I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. Oh, darn it, I want to see the picture again. Well, okay, you're right, the tail. If we still have the stuffed animal bomb, where did it, yeah. 12 pounds, very heavy. But that's probably not it. It was probably the time. It has a very puzzling wiring setup. It is regrettable I could not replicate it.
Witness, that's enough. There's no need to replicate anything here.
Here we go.
And now, the defense would begin their cross-examination.
Hold on. Timer's broken. Dimensions 10 by 10 by 10. Weight 12. Case 516 alloy plating. The timer's broken. And this image was taken at 12:16, 8:56 a.m. Tail's still connected at this point. Bomb timer's cracked. 8:56 a.m. Time of death between 8 and 11 a.m. So many questions.
What has Miss Sykes gone to?
He said he saw the timer counting down. Yeah, but the thing's broken. So you're right, that's definitely the weird part. Let's see here. I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down. Except for the fact that it's broken! You fool! How would you notice? I guess the second.
Athena, you can come out now.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get to work.
I guess you were pretty scared, huh?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. She was about to bolt. Hey, put a sock in it, Widget.
As transparent as ever.
Now, let's see. Where were we?
We were at the cross-examination.
Oh, cross-examination, of course.
Seems disoriented. I wonder if she's alright. Maybe I should ask Athena if she remembers how to cross-examine to help her focus.
Nah, she'll be fine.
Nah, no need for that right now. She'll be fine.
I'll do everything I can to help. If you can't find any contradictions, and you flub up too often, don't be afraid to ask me for help. Press X when the option to consult with me appears. I'll let you know when I think I'll let you know where I think the suspicious statement is.
Sounds good. I'll be counting on you if I get in a bind.
Alright, I was kind of hoping that I would be playing as Athena and not as Phoenix, but... You got me good, game! You tricked me! I'll give you that!
Alright, it's cross-examination time.
The game tricked me. It pulled a switcheroo. Here I was thinking I would have the female protagonist, and the answer was no. It's fine. The bomb was originally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. Bomb name, HH operated by time or with a remote. Here, let's ask him about this, before we present evidence.
You saw it counting down clearly, with your own eyes? I hardly think a timer as small as the one in this bomb could be seen from the gallery.
These goggles help me see very small things clearly from very far away. I can even see what you had for breakfast by looking at your tie.
How do I suddenly feel like a bug under a magnifying glass?
I guess it's possible he saw the timer if he was wearing those goggles.
I'm not so sure. There's something that just doesn't sit right with me.
I don't think I follow.
The bomb was completely hidden inside the stuffed animal. So well concealed, in fact, that it didn't even look like a bomb at all.
So you're trying to find testimony that conflicts with the evidence, right?
That's right. Listen carefully to Mr. Tonight's statement was just the first step. After that, it's a matter of taking a look at any evidence that seems relevant.
Remember that you'll open the court records when you go to present something. If you find evidence that conflicts with the testimony, present it. Let's see, this testimony is about when the bomb went off. I think the state it was in at the time would be pretty important.
A bomb that didn't look like a bomb because it was inside a stuffed animal, huh?
That's a good point. If it was inside the stuffed animal, how the fuck did you see it?
Objection!
I have so many questions.
They saw the bomb's countdown, is that right?
Of course, I clearly saw it counting down to 0.
And I say that you are clearly lying.
What are you talking about?
There's no way you could have seen the bomb's timer. After all, the bomb was concealed inside a stuffed animal. Mr. Tennate, how can you claim to know the bomb was about to go off when you couldn't even see the timer?
Ah! But that is... What? No!
That does seem like a glaring inconsistency indeed. Witness, how do you explain this?
Well, Ooh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You found a contradiction right off the bat.
Always remember, Athena, when you find an inconsistency in a witness's testimony, there's always a reason behind it. It could be a lie, a hidden meaning, a secret. Whatever it is, it's up to us to dig it out.
And pointing out every contradiction we find is the best way to do it, right, boss?
Now the question is, what can we dig out of Mr. Tennate?
Well, let me see. No, there must be some mistake. Oh, yes, of course. I remember now. The sound. I knew because of the sounds.
Sound? What sound?
When the timer of this type of bomb is switched on, it beeps softly. Beep, beep, beep. It is the sound of the bomb counting down.
A beeping noise, you say? I suppose it would be possible to notice that, even with the bomb inside the stuffed animal.
I simply made a mistake. My bad.
Objection!
How in the world did you hear such a tiny little sound all the way from the gallery? Listening for the sound of a bomb's timer is an integral part of my work. I constantly undergo training so that I will never miss it. I hardly think training would help you hear something so soft from so far away. What now? Are you making light of the fine science of disarming bombs? It is a solemn mission that I put my life on the line to perform. What kind of specialist would I be if I could not hear a bomb's timer? That's not a good explanation. That's a terrible explanation. It's not like disassembling a toaster, you know? Now he's just showing off. You keep asserting that the sound was too tiny to hear, but the only tiny thing here is your skill as a lawyer. Being mistrustful is not an attractive quality, you know? And you're just overflowing with attractive qualities, are you? Or perhaps you have some proof that Mr. Tennant did not hear the sound. The fact that it's broken? Well, no, but it still seems totally suspect. But it's going to be really hard to prove that he didn't hear something.
If I have this correct, the prosecution's argument is that someone reactivated the bomb before it was brought into the courtroom. What I don't understand, Mr. Payne, is why you believe that person to be Miss Woods.
Ah, that's simple, Your Honor. Mr. Tennant happened to be there when it happened. He was there when the defendant rearmed the bomb.
What's this now?
It happened before the trial started. It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. We brought the bomb to the lobby for the defense. Bomb equals evidence. The lawyer wanted to see it before the start of the trial. Looking for a chance to get at the bomb, Miss Woods was already there in that lobby. Her goal was surely to rearm the bomb and steal the remote switch. The remote switch? Yes, the switch that controls the bomb remotely. Duh. It has been missing ever since the incident. I am partially to blame. I left the bomb and remote on top of the transport case, and they were rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer. The defendant then used the remote from inside the courtroom to start the timer.
Objection!
How can you assert so unequivocally that the bomb was rearmed in the lobby? Objection! The bomb was safely secured in the transport case. The only time it was outside of the case was in that lobby. Therefore, that was the one and only opportunity anyone had to meddle with it.
Someone other than Mr. Tennant could have opened the case and taken the bomb out.
Impossible. The transport case is assigned exclusively to me. Which means you did it. You're the bomber. Do you see this number here? This is my identification number. And I have the only key that can open the case. So you're the one who armed the bomb. Question, why would an 18-year-old girl from the fucking boonies know how to arm a bomb? Hello? Without it going off in her face? Hello? Are you stupid?
Nevertheless, Mr. Payne's assertion is nothing more than conjecture. You have no proof that it was Miss Woods who stole the remote switch.
And by the same token, you have no proof that it wasn't her. I hate you. I hate you. Then why the fuck is she the one who was arrested? Oh, what I do have is a piece of evidence that proves the defendant handled the bomb. They said earlier it was super simple.
A tail!
5 minutes, 24 seconds, 2.3 deciseconds. The defense's advantage lasted a mere 5 minutes.
Ugh, talk about a rotten hand. As long as they have her fingerprints as their trump card, I'm at a big disadvantage. It appears we will have to hear from the defendant herself once more.
I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor. I would like to recall Miss Woods to the stand.
I trust you have no objections, Mr. Wright.
I'm worried about her condition, but we do need her testimony. On the other hand, I'm not sure I want to make Athena mad. I can read your feelings, you know, boss. Guess there's no hiding from her, huh? Don't worry, I know we need her testimony. But if anybody picks on her again, they'll pay. And she's already at anger level 1. Don't worry, I'll stop the proceedings before I let anything bad happen to her. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. In that case, I will take my leave. But before I do, there is just one more thing, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, is it? Me? Dismantling bombs is my job. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I'm going to extend those goggles of yours in the wrong direction. And you're gonna look real purty with your eyes popping out the back of your head. I look forward to seeing you try.
Ugh! This guy's hiding something. I just know it.
Now, if you will excuse me.
Bailiff, please go out to the lobby and bring back the defendant.
Junie. Junie. Hi, Athena. It looks even worse off than before. Don't worry, Junie. We're here for you. Thanks, Athena. I'll do my best, too. You blew up the courtroom because you bear resentment against the courts, correct? They did a really good job. No, of course not. Oh, what's that you say? I can barely hear you. I haven't done anything wrong. This prosecutor's scary. Oh, what an impudent little girl. Stop acting innocent and tell the truth. This is badgering? And this is rude? I'm going to fucking punch your face in. This is getting ugly. You re-earned the bomb because you wanted to blow up the courthouse. Admit it! That's why you went to the lobby where Mr. Justice was. Isn't that right? Mr. Wright? Can I go give that prosecutor a smack? What? Of course not. Do we have to review courtroom manners 101 again? We can't let a creep that bullies innocent girls like this off so easily. I haven't forgotten about how we treated you. Don't worry about me, just help Junie! Her heart's crying out. She's so scared. So very scared. It's like Athena's picking something up with her heightened sense of hearing. And it sounds like this time it's the voice of Miss Wood's heart. I don't deny it. You stole the remote switch and used it in the courtroom, didn't you? Your Honor, please put a stop to this. Mr. Payne is badgering the defendant.
Yes, Miss Woods does seem quite frightened. Mr. Payne, I ask that you behave more like a gentleman.
Ah, but don't you know, Your Honor? There is no more a gentleman in this world than I. As if a gentleman or even a gentleman would behave like he does. Don't let that rude ruffian win. How dare you call a gentleman such as I a rude ruffian? I'll have you know I attended a manners class every Saturday. I'm more than just a mere gentleman, I'm a genteel man. Not when you're terrorizing a young lady, you're not. I'd demand my money back from that manners class if I were you. I should probably be the adult here and stop the two of them, but this is actually really funny to watch. A 55-year-old man and an 18-year-old girl are having words with each other, and it's great, because she's absolutely winning.
Mr. Payne, that will be enough.
Certainly, Your Honor. No further questions. Let's move on to the defendant's testimony. Miss Woods, please share with the court what you were doing when the bomb went off. Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off. The rubble started falling. It fell on top of me. Ginny's clearly in pain, being forced to recall the bombing like this. She can't even get her words out. Ugh, this isn't going to work. So what now? Hey, wait a minute. Even if she can't vocalize what she wants to say, we can listen to what's inside her heart. What if we put Widget around her neck? Can her thoughts come out? Yes, now's the perfect time to use Athena's power. You can hear it, can't you, Athena? The cries in Miss Wood's heart? Yes, and they sound incredibly strained. She's so scared. I think she could collapse at any second. Athena has a unique ability, you see. With her finely tuned sense of hearing, she can hear the words of a witness's heart. Yeah, because that's definitely how that's a magic... You know what? Sure. Magatama, super focus, hearing their heart. Why not? Absolutely, why not? In essence, you can see how a person is really feeling from the tone of their voice. This is all up to Athena and her special ability now. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, hearing the words of their heart is just kind of a fancy way of saying she can hear all the little, thank you, all the little, like, vocal quivers and a little muscle tenses and all this other stuff that kind of gives away emotion. Athena, I want you to use the analytical psychology you studied and listen to the testimony of Miss Wood's heart. Okay, boss, I'll give it a go. After all, this is the whole reason I put all that effort into studying analytical psychology. Of course, let's do this. How many languages do you speak? So your holographic thingamabob can show us how Miss Woods is feeling, right? In a nutshell, yes. The emotions and images that I picked up on just now while listening to her testimony, I can enter all that into Widget and use the mood matrix to analyze them. The what? These mood markers here reflect fluctuations in Junie's emotion. When she feels happy or is enjoying the memory, the happy marker will light up. When she feels angry or frustrated, the angry marker will react. And when she feels sadness or is frightened by a memory, the sad marker will blink. And when she feels surprised or confused, the surprised marker will let us know. With your special ability, in which it's Mood Matrix program, we can track how Miss Woods is feeling as she testifies. Talk about the wonders of technology. Yep, now let's give it a shot. I'm picking up on some kind of discord or noise in Ginny's heart. See here? This is what the noise looks like in the Mood Matrix. It's a result of inconsistencies between her testimony and her feelings. If we can pinpoint these inconsistencies, the noise level should drop. Okay, it's time to listen to Miss Wood's true testimony. Hey, look, it's 2D again. Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off, and she was surprised. That makes sense. And rubble started following, still surprised. It fell on top of... Question? Why are you happy about this? I think I have a good grasp on Junie's emotional state now. The power of Athena is incredible. And I'm seeing an unexpected motion that's inconsistent with the context of her testimony. What? Already? Look at this. When she says it falls on top of me, the happy marker is reacting for some very bizarre reason. Oh, look at that. That is odd. Unless you're just really into some extreme weighted blankets. I should get a weighted blanket. I feel like that would do wonders for me. There must be a reason for this contradictory emotion. We just need to do some digging. When you find an unexpected emotion, you'll first need to pinpoint it, and then select the unexpected emotion or reaction from the 4 mood markers with A. I find this to be very interesting. Widget is registering joy when Miss Woods recalls the rubble falling on her. There must be a reason for this unexpected emotion. Miss Woods, as the rubble was falling, was there also something that made you feel happy? What? Mr. Wright, the feeling of happiness is spreading throughout Junie's heart. Keep going on this point, and I bet Junie will start to calm down. Great, let's hear what she has to say. Just as I was about to escape the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled, I tripped. And then rubble started falling on top of me. I really thought I was done for. But just then, she was saved by a hero. Are you in love with Apollo Justice? Apollo came and rescued me. Called it. Fucking knew it. Ma'am, are you falling in love with your best friend's coworker? Totally fine if you are. Just asking a question. He's only a couple years older than you, that's fine. Apollo? He used his own body to shield me from the rubble. So that's when he sustained those injuries. How do you feel, Junie? Did talking about Apollo give you some courage? Yes, Apollo is just like the sun. Strong and bright and warm. Just talking about him makes me feel like a leaf undergoing photosynthesis. And see, your coughing stopped all of a sudden. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Athena. Looks like we were able to draw out some new testimony. Pretty neat, huh? But there's still some noise left, meaning there must still be some discord in Junie's heart. I guess we'll have to keep going then. Well, let me input this new information and update the mood matrix and we'll be good to go. You remember what to do, right? When I find an unexpected emotion, I should first pinpoint it. That's right, and then you select it from the mood markers with A. If we can find the reason for the discord in her heart, then we should be able to draw even more new testimony out.
Information update.
I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get away, the bomb went off. I was so startled I tripped, then rubble started falling on me. I thought I was done for. But then Apollo came and rescued me. I have a feeling I know what she's sad about. Because he got hurt. Sad that he got hurt. Should be pretty obvious. You were happy when Mr. Justice rescued you, weren't you? Yes, I was really happy.
But there's also something you felt sad about at the same time.
Sad?
The reason I ask is, when you were describing how you rescued, we sensed a little sadness too.
Oh, I think it's probably because of Bumrap Ronnie.
Bumrap Ronnie? Well, what do you know? Something new. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is it a tail off of different plushie? Is that not a Phony Fancy tail? Is Phony Fancy not missing a tail?
Oh, that's right. I brought my stuffed animal, Bumrap Ronnie, to watch the trial with me. Bumrap Ronnie and Phony Fancy are brothers.
Let's go! Let's go! This is how we explain her fingerprints. Who knew that the legal world could inspire a whole line of merchandise?
I had Bumrap Ronnie with me while I was watching the trial. But it wasn't until Apollo saved me that I realized I lost him, and as I was running away, my poor Ronnie, a victim of that terrible bomb. Oh, I know. You can see what he looks like in this poster.
Same fucking tail! He got the same tail.
Same tail, same. It's for the campaign to eradicate fake evidence and false charges.
Phony Fancy and Bumrap Ronnie, huh? Nothing against campaign, but why an elephant and a rhinoceros?
Don't ask questions, Phoenix. We don't need to worry about that. Mr. Wright, I don't see discord in Junie's heart anymore.
We found it, we found it, we found it, we found it. So I guess that means we managed to draw out all of her testimony.
That's right. I'll just make an update with the new info and we'll have the whole picture. So do you think her new testimony will help?
Absolutely. I don't know what I would have done without you, Athena. So Bumrap Ronnie was in that courtroom when the bomb went off. Now we know that, it changes the meaning of that other piece of evidence. All I have to do is present it. At the right statement.
I was watching from the... Look! The tail! It's got the cute little... Oh, look at how cute that plushie is! A would hug. 10 out of 10 would hug. It's adorable. Before I get out of the courtroom, the bomb went off. So startled that I tripped, then rubble started falling. I thought I was done for.
Objection!
Miss Woods, I know this trial has been very hard for you, but you can relax now. You are, without a doubt, innocent.
Mr. Wright, what wild assertion are you making now?
My wild assertion is simply this. The two stuffed animals were mixed up. The tail the defendant's fingerprints were found on wasn't that a phony fancy. It was the tail of her gallery companion, Bumrap Riney. What? What nonsense is that? I can see they're both stuffed animals, yes, but they're completely different characters. An elephant and a rhino. They're as distinct as a defense lawyer and a prosecutor. Are they really so different? Both the defense lawyers and prosecutors strive to protect the peace through law. Even elephants and rhinos have similar characteristics. They're both gray, for example. Anyway, this poster is all I need to prove my assertion to be true. If I'm to direct the court's attention here, you'll clearly see how the two got mixed up. Look at the little tail! Don't play with it too hard, it'll rip off.
Well, would you look at that? The two tails are exactly the same.
Yes, exactly. The two stuffed animals are based on entirely different animals. But the design of their tails is exactly the same. Ah! I can't wait for you to lose that fucking strand of hair.
Order! Order in the court! As long as the possibility exists that the tail belongs to Bumrap Riley, we can no longer consider it to be decisive proof that the defendant handled the bomb. As things stand, I consider the charges against the accused unsubstantiated. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Payne?
Oh, yes, of course, Your Honor. Ooh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You turned things right around. Yeah, it's not over yet, but at least we managed to hold out this long.
I believe that brings our proceedings for today to a close. Mr. Payne, I'm afraid you have some serious investigating ahead of you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Court is adjourned.
Bam, bam, bam. Ha ha. And now, because now you have absolutely no proof. You have one witness. And a witness is not proof. So fuck you. That was so exciting, boss! We did it! True to form, you managed to just barely pull it off at the very last moment. True to form? Gee, I never knew you had such a glowing opinion of me. Thank you for everything you're doing. You did great, Miss Woods. You really stuck it out. And you got really brave at the end, just when we needed you most, Junie. Thanks to you, we were able to turn things around. Well, you were the one who gave me that courage, Thana. Really? Thanks. So be honest, was I any help at all? Once again, they give her a lot of really great faces. This is an amazing face. Of course. Without you, we would have never gone out of that tight spot. That's good to hear. I may still have a lot to learn, but you can bet I'm going to give it my all. I'll be so good that one day you'll call me your partner. That's what I like to hear. Analytical psychology, the ability to solve the riddles of a person's heart. Athena's true potential is beginning to really shine through now. Hey, where's Apollo anyway? Good question. He should be at the hospital! I almost forgot about him. I assumed he'd still be here in the lobby. He should be at the hospital. Oh, I know. Maybe he's still in courtroom number 4. Courtroom number 4? What would he be doing at the scene of the explosion? When I came out to the lobby to rest, I told Apollo about Bumrap Riley. I told him I dropped Riley in the courtroom as I was trying to escape before the blast. And then Apollo said he had an idea where Riley might be, so we went to go take a look together. Huh. I guess Apollo can be pretty nice when he wants to be. So you went looking for Ryan together before you were called back to courtroom number 5? Yes, I'd had some time to rest, so I was able to go and look for him. But then they called me into courtroom number 5 to testify. Apollo insisted on staying there, though. With all those injuries, I wonder how he's managing. I think Apollo might have figured something out. Wonder what it was. He told me I'm going to look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Just maybe he found some new piece of evidence? Anyway, we'd better go and get him. Good idea. Apollo, buddy, you still alive in here? Or have you passed out dead?
Where are you, Apollo? Trial's over for today. Come on, I know you're...
Come on, I know you're... I'm getting some voices.
No.
I knew he was gonna pass out, motherfucker. Oh my goodness, he was hit with a flat object just like... He's not dead, right? Like, there's no way in hell that he's dead. Right? Right? I'm staring? Right? He's not dead? Correct? Save your game. He's not dead. I'm calling it now. I'm not allowing him to be dead. Okay. We're gonna go... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Just like his mom. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play a little bit longer, but once Yayo goes up, because they're streaming tonight, we're gonna raid them. So we probably won't finish episode 1 today. But we are gonna keep going a little bit further. This isn't exactly how I envisioned the second day of this trial to start. Given how things ended yesterday. It's also so rare for the first trial in any Ace Attorney game to last more than 1 day. It's usually just, here's the trial with a tutorial, and then we move on to episode 2. Good morning. Mood sure is tense. Not that that's any surprise. Oh, hey, did you read the paper this morning, boss? Huh? The paper? That came out of left field. You didn't read it? So you don't know the big news! Somebody spotted an abominable snowman way up in the mountains! Tell me you know the difference between the paper and a tabloid, Athena. It might show up in the forest where you live, Junie. So you'd better watch out, okay? You really should read the story for yourself. I couldn't even begin to do it justice. Don't say that word. Don't say that. Justice? Justice? Huh? Oh, poor Apollo. And it's all my fault. Athena! Oh, Junie, what was I thinking? I'm so sorry. What we found yesterday was not Apollo's dead body, thank goodness. He'd been assaulted by someone with a blow to his head and was laying unconscious. We rushed him to the hospital right away, and it looks like he's going to pull through. It was still quite a shock to stumble onto a scene like that. Is Miss Woods alright, Athena? Well, I managed to get her to stop crying. Now she's resting on that sofa over there. I guess she really feels responsible for what happened to Apollo. Poor Junie. She believes that the reason Apollo was attacked is because he was helping her look for something in that courtroom. Oh, I guess I can see why she'd think that. By the way, how are you doing? Oh, me? Yeah, you. I know you're concerned about Miss Woods, but are you alright? Me? I'm doing just fine, boss. I mean, yeah, it was a huge shock, but I'm alright. People who studied analytical psychology are great at times like these. After all, they learned how to control their own emotions too. Somehow, I don't think it's as easy as she makes it sound. Yeah, I mean, look at poor little Widget. Athena, I can read you like an open book. Oh, but there's no denying she's a real trooper. Paula doesn't remember a thing, does he? Yeah, he can't recall anything from the time right before he was assaulted. Nothing about what he was doing in courtroom number 4 or who assaulted him? Doc says it's probably due to that hit he took to the head. Assaulted in a court of law and losing your memory at that. I know how that feels. Yeah, it happened in Ace Attorney 2. Oops. But who in the world would do such a thing, huh, Mr. Wright? Ugh, just wait till I get my hands on the coward who hurt our Apollo! Now, Athena, I thought you said you were in control of your emotions. I love looking at— I need to remember to look at Widget more. Widget's adorable. I love Widget. Let's just focus on helping Miss Woods, okay? But I admit I'm just as upset as you. Okay, boss, you're right. Apollo's assailant can wait until after we clear Junie's name. That's the spirit. Now, let's see. I'd rather check the court record one more time before the trial starts. Earth to Mr. Wright! I'm ready whenever you are. Alright, let's get ready to rumble. Interesting that so far this game does not have the inspection like every other Ace Attorney game. Even Apollo Justice had it. You bet. I find that confusing. With everything that happened with Apollo, I didn't have time for a proper investigation. I can't let that stop me, though. I have to get this right, for Miss Wood's sake, and Apollo's too. December 18th, 9:50 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 5. Day 2. Court is now in session.
All rise, motherfucker. Hard eyes, motherfucker. Some fries, motherfucker. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
And the prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Now then, I believe I instructed the prosecution to further their investigation. Were you able to locate the remote switch in question?
I'm afraid the remote switch is still missing, Your Honor.
I must say I'm disappointed, Mr. Payne. Not angry, just disappointed.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Looks like the prosecution is just as unprepared as I am.
There is a separate matter, however, that I would like to bring up during this trial.
A separate matter, you say? And what might that be?
I assume you are aware that another incident occurred during yesterday's trial? I am speaking, of course, of the assault on Mr. Justice in the ruins of courtroom number 4. Oh, why is he bringing that up?
Yes, what a truly harrowing experience it must have been. Poor Mr. Justice.
At the time of the attack, Mr. Justice was not alone. He was with the defendant, Miss Juniper Woods. Okay, a couple of things. 1, why were they left alone? Where was any guard ever? 2, fuck you. He isn't going where I think he's going with this, is he? And the prosecution wishes to indict Miss Woods on the charge of Mr. Justice's assault. I rocked my head back so far that my headphones came off.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Payne, the incident under deliberation here is the courtroom bombing. The assault on Mr. Justice has nothing to do with this trial.
But I believe there is a connection between this case and Mr. Justice's assault. Please take a moment to consider these facts. Both events occurred in courtroom number 4. This is the location in courtroom number 4 where the unconscious Mr. Justice was discovered. As you can see, it's quite close to where Detective Arm's body was found. And the question is, why did the culprit feel the need to maliciously attack Mr. Justice?
Why indeed? What do you believe the motive to be, Mr. Payne?
I believe Mr. Justice found something in that courtroom while Miss Woods was with him. Evidence that fingered her as the perpetrator of the bombing. I don't think he was fingering... Well... Moving on.
You mean he found some incriminating evidence?
Precisely. And so, I surmise that the defendant picked up a piece of rubble and... hit Mr. Justice on the back of the head in order to silence him.
Objection!
Judy would never do such a thing. She was devastated when we found Apollo hurt like that.
Miss Sykes, please control your outburst.
Ahem. It is the prosecution's belief that by deliberating on Mr. Justice's assault, we will draw ever closer to the truth of the courtroom bombing itself.
Very well. Miss Woods is hereby officially indicted on the charge of assaulting Mr. Justice.
What? Why are you listening to Mr. Toupee over there? Although, considering your conversation yesterday, I think Apollo might have figured something out. Wonder what it was. He told me, I'm going to look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Maybe the two incidents really are related after all. I would like to start by hearing from the defendant herself.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Miss Woods to the witness stand.
I'm sorry. I can't seem to stop. Miss Woods? I guess she's still really upset about Apollo. Miss Woods, you went to the ruins of courtroom number 4 with Mr. Justice, did you not? Yes, I did. Good, good. If you would then, please testify about what happened to the court. During the trial yesterday, I was overcome by a fit of coughing.
Don't say it.
Oh my god, Bree, hello? Hello, thank you for the raid. Hi, welcome in. We recently finished the first Apollo Justice, so now we're on to Dual Destinies. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope you're doing well. Apollo stayed with me and we went to the courtroom rooms together. But then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in courtroom number 4. I swear I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person? But if you gotta get going, do you get some rest and all that after raiding, after your stream? I understand. Thank you for coming by.
So, Mr. Justice stayed by your side while you were feeling unwell. What an admirable young man. I thought his loud voice was his only outstanding feature.
Not the fact that he was a good lawyer? He may look like a little imp at times, but Apollo can be really nice too. Why is everyone so mean to Apollo for no reason? Hello? I hope she didn't hurt her wrist backhanding that one out.
But one has to wonder, why did Mr. Justice stay behind in the ruins?
I think Apollo might have figured something out.
Something? What kind of something?
Something to do with the courtroom bombing kind of something, I think.
Oh, new evidence for the case, was it? That's a very big kind of something indeed.
I believe so. He mentioned looking for some evidence when I was called away. Just as I thought, there is a connection between the two incidents. The defendant has a very big lie, or has told a very big lie, Your Honor.
Oh, what lie is that?
When she learned Mr. Justice would be looking for evidence, she attacked him. She attacked him to give herself the chance to destroy that evidence. No, I never. Objection! Miss Woods repaid Mr. Justice's kindness with violence. We found the proof of her foul deed there in the courtroom. What the fuck? That... What on earth? Do you see it? There in front of Mr. Justice's right hand. Okay, two things. Two very important things. Look, two things that I feel that very important need to call out. One, if you're getting knocked over the top of the head, over the side of the head with a rock, you're out. You're done. You're not writing shit in anything. You're out like a light. You don't have time. Two, motherfucker, this is... We went over there. We didn't see that. That was not there when we walked into that room, and we were the ones who discovered him. Dumb bastard. You think you can pull one over on me, you false evidence producing bitch? Witness the message he left us.
It's written in blood. W-O-O-D-S. Why, isn't that?
It's S-Doom spelled backwards. Stoom. Or Snake Doom. That's right, Your Honor. It says Woods in capital letters. What? I submit that Mr. Justice left us with the name of his attacker before he fainted. That's some bullshit. No, that can't be true. Why would Apollo write my name? You were there when we found it. There wasn't nothing there. Mr. Wright, the nerve of him leaving that message. Why would he do this? Hey, don't take it out on me. I don't understand it any more than you do. When we discovered Apollo yesterday... Apollo! Moods? Could also be. There's a salon, there's a hair salon here in the city that called Moods. Screaming. We didn't even have a chance to rush over to him. As soon as security heard Athena scream, they ran in and cordoned off the area. After that, they were there in courtroom number 4 with Apollo the whole time. We couldn't investigate anything ourselves and had to leave everything to the police. Curse you! Still, I never thought they would find some bloody writing there. Again, when did he have time to write that? He wouldn't! And he didn't!
Now then, please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
This photo is some bullshit! During the trial yesterday, I was overcome by a fit of coughing. While staying with me, and we went to the courtroom rooms together, yes. I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in courtroom number 4. I swear I didn't attack Apollo.
Hold it!
I'd better not ask her about Apollo. I know. I'll use some small talk here to get her to relax a bit. Do you have any hobbies, Miss Woods? Hobbies? Oh, well, I love growing vegetables in my garden. And I love to knit. I like sewing, too. I made this outfit myself. Keep it up, Mr. Wright. It's working. Now ask her if she has a crush on anyone.
So, is there anyone in particular you like right now?
Hi, Mr. Wright. Is that question even remotely related to this case?
To this case? Not really. Mr. Wright, you will refrain from asking questions unrelated to the case at hand.
Sorry, Your Honor. I just wanted brownie points. Miss Woods, please continue with your testimony. I believe you were telling the court about your attack on Mr. Justice. Rude ass bitch. Maybe that is busted. Hi, Maya. Welcome back. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. How did you do that again? Why is it only ever Naegi? Makoto, why do you keep showing up? You're in there as a joke. Okay.
Hold it!
Why exactly did you go to the courtroom ruins?
Objection!
There it is. We went to look for my medicine to stop my coughing. Your medicine? How'd your medicine be in courtroom number 4? Oh yeah, no, Apollo's dead. Beat upside the head with a rock. Don't worry about it. I dropped it in the heat of the moment. Rap Ronnie, he was keeping my medicine safe for me. He has a little compartment that I can put things in, you see? And Phony Fancy has the same type of pocket. That's where the bomb was inserted. I put my medicine for my coughing fits inside Bum Rap Ronnie. When I told Apollo about it, he said he'd help me go look for him. There was so much rubble in there. I was worried, but there was no rubble or anything in front of the witness stand. So then we got inside. Apollo went straight there and started looking for my Ronnie in the area. It was so nice of him to do that for me in spite of all of his injuries. Apollo is so strong and kind, just like the trees of the forest. The way she makes him sound, do you think Apollo is some kind of ancient god? Oh, wait.
So that's why you went to the ruins. I see. I see. That seems to be quite an important fact. Please add it to your testimony, Miss Woods.
Paul started looking for Bum Rap Ronnie near the witness stand where there was no rubble.
Hold it!
The area around the witness stand? Are you sure about that? I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? No, of course not. I was just testing my hearing. Must not upset her. Must not upset her. Yes, I'm sure that's where we searched first. Let me see something. Near the witness stand, where there was no rubble. I know that this is important. I'm sure that has something to do with this. Let me think. Where there was no rubble. I mean, it would have to be this, yes? But
Objection!
yeah, here we go. So we started to search with the witness stand, you say? Oh, that's right. I guess maybe he wanted to start from the furthest point in the room. He was being so brave and strong. But that's odd. Under the circumstances, he shouldn't have been capable of that. But he was, and he still is. He might not look it, but he really is brave and kind, too. No, that's not the part I'm finding fault with. Someone has a crush on Apollo. What you're claiming is something that no one should have been able to do.
Oh, well, I should think that anyone can be brave and kind if they wanted to be, Mr. Wright.
True, anyone can be brave and kind, but if you would please take a look at this diagram. With the courtroom in this state, how was it possible to walk up to the witness stand? Oh.
I see your point. The rubble blocks off access to the area around the witness stand.
Does such a tiny inconsistency even matter? Perhaps the witness is simply misremembering it. Great, no, I'm not so sure it matters. A real man doesn't make mountains out of molehills, you know?
But that's precisely what Mr. Wright does best.
I call slander, Your Honor.
But was it really impossible to approach the witness stand? I have to say, it's a bit hard to tell with any accuracy from just this diagram. Mr. Payne, do you have any other photos of the crime scene?
Let me see, Your Honor. Yes. Oh, I have one more. Here it is. It's a more pulled back version of the photo I presented before. Why was the transport case right there? Hello? What's the transport case doing right in front of the witness stand? Huh? What's that hunk of metal on wheels? Whoops, there it is. Mr. Payne, is the metallic object in that photo Mr. Tonight's bomb transport case? Ah, that's right. Is there some problem?
Yes, that transport case was there in courtroom number 4 when the bomb went off. It must have been there ever since.
Oh, that's it. Miss Woods, have you remembered something? Yes, I just realized. Its position is different from before.
Its position? The position of what?
The position of that big metal thing.
The bomb transport case?
Yes. When Apollo and I went there, it was in a different place. Where the case is in the photo was open space, so it was easy to search the stand.
I see. So where was the transport case when you and Mr. Justice saw it?
As I recall, I think it was more to the right.
To the right? Then that means... In that case, the case was over there at the time of Apollo's attack.
Hmm? Who cares where the transport case was when? And what difference does it make? It has nothing at all to do with what we were talking about.
Objection! Where the transport case was has everything to do with this discussion. In fact, it's so important that it's enough to turn the prosecution's argument on its ear.
What?
Well, that certainly sounds very relevant indeed. And you sound as though you know where the case was at the time of the attack.
Yes, Your Honor. This diagram represents the crime scene as shown in the photo. And this is where the transport case was at the time of the assault on Mr. Justice. Alright, I have this. The bomb transport case was here at the time of Apollo's attack. That's not the right voice. This is Apollo's voice. This isn't Phoenix's voice. What am I doing? Your Honor, I assert that this is where the transport case was at the time of the assault. It's amazing how he went from, what's the word? In Apollo Justice Attorney, he was so much more laid back and like so confident and everything. And now he's back to his normal. He was channeling. Rest in peace, Apollo. Never forget. I learned the power to channel just for you. Stop telling people I'm dead. Sometimes I can still hear his voice.
But that's...
Inconceivable! Miss Woods, was this where the transport case was when you saw it? Yes. Yes, that's where it was.
Thank you, Miss Woods.
I'm sure the court has noted an interesting fact about this position.
The transport case covers up the writing in blood.
Exactly. If the transport case was in that position at the time of the assault, then no message could have been written there because the case was in the way. Which leads us to conclude that Mr. Justice couldn't have left that bloody writing. Why should we believe the defendant's claim that the case was in a different position? She's obviously lying. What evidence? What evidence? Hold on. Hold on. There's more writing. I didn't notice this before, but look, it continues. Also the tracks, yes. There are, yes, 100% there are tracks. But second, if you look at the writing, it says Woods and then something else. The words keep going. I wonder why.
Objection!
The fact that the case was moved after the assault on Mr. Justice is proved by more than Miss Wood's testimony alone. What? And where's this proof you're talking about?
It's right here in the crime photo. I'm keen to see this proof myself, Mr. Wright. What in the photo indicates that the transport case was moved after the assault?
Take that!
All the proof you need, Your Honor, is right What do you mean that's not it? Mr. Wright, I'm sensing feelings of doubt from you. Which means you're just taking a wild stab. No! Fucking cut you. You can also tell I'm about to feel in a few seconds, too.
You just send yourself a pin.
Alright, look. There should be some evidence of it. Sorry, I'm just checking something real fast. Sorry, yes, I know that we're playing, but I just need to look at something real fast. Yes, take a dance break real fast, get some water. No, I'm looking something else up. Because I thought Yaya was supposed to be streaming tonight, but... Now I feel insane because the message that they were going to stream tonight is gone. So maybe they're not? I don't know. Anyways, sorry about that. Please take a look at the mark that runs over Mr. Justice's bandages there.
I see it, but what is it?
This mark was made by one of the casters from the transport case carrying the bomb. Remembered his voice halfway through that sentence. As the case was moved, it ran over his bandages. In other words, the transport case was originally to the right of Mr. Justice. Then, after Mr. Justice was assaulted, the transport case was moved. What? Just as Miss Woods said, the case was covering the writing at the time of the assault. Therefore, it was impossible for Mr. Justice to have left that message in blood. No! You did it, boss. It was a real nail-biter, but you pulled it off. Yep, that should bring down the prosecution's claim like a house of cards.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, that was a very clever deduction.
Oh, it was nothing, Your Honor. Nothing but pure genius. Take that! Boss, I'm sensing a definite smug and braggy vibe coming off you.
I have just one question, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
If Mr. Justice didn't leave this message in blood, then who did?
Huh? What? Oh! Well... obviously it's whoever attacked him, that clearly wasn't Miss Woods. Oh, looks like I should have taken that train of thought through to the last station. Well, I've heard a lot about this. One second. Not our job. So this is Mr. Wright's famous bluffing technique, is it? I haven't bluffed. I haven't said a lie. Like, everything I've said so far has been true. Like, Apollo didn't write it, which means that Woods definitely wasn't the one who attacked him.
Oh, this feeling! It brings back memories of the old days. Back when you carved out a name for yourself by bluffing your way through thick and thin.
But it's not bluffing. Gee, Mr. Wright, the judge kind of makes you sound no better than a two-bit con man. Hey, you made your argument with such confidence, Mr. Wright, and now I'd like to hear your answer with just as much confidence. Hey, until the judge asked the question, you didn't catch on either, Buster. What now, boss? I hope you didn't bluff your way into a corner. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way through this. I have to dig my way to the truth somehow. Who could have written that message in blood? The culprit. The one who attacked him. Duh! The fuck kind of question is this? I do not think it means what you think it means. Bluffing is when it's like a lie. Maybe it was Apollo's attacker who wrote it and made it look like Apollo did it? That seems like the most reasonable explanation. But wait a minute, I just realized something, boss. What is it? Look at the amount of blood in the photo. It doesn't look like Apollo bled very much. I wonder if it's even possible to write out Woods with just that much. Hey, you're right. I think Apollo didn't lose that much blood. That might be a factor in why he survived the assault. And since there was so little blood, that pretty much rules out his attacker, right? I guess so. But if it wasn't his attacker, then who else could it be? Could it have been? I think I have an idea. I don't think it was written yesterday. I think it was written when the courtroom exploded. If it wasn't Apollo, who could have left the message? I mean, Mr. Detonate, obviously.
This person left the bloody writing, and what do you base this claim on?
Do I really need to base my claim on something? Boss.
Of course you do. Don't tell me you don't have anything at all to back up your assertion.
Nothing in particular, really.
Well, that won't do, Mr. Wright.
I'm overcomplicating it. What if it was just Apollo who... okay, maybe Apollo did write it. Well, yeah, wasn't there another person who shed blood at the crime scene? Candace? She wrote it? Oh yeah, no, she had a lot of blood.
Take that!
To be honest, I don't actually have any real proof of this. But I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Also, I have confirmation that Yayo did in fact cancel their stream tonight. That explained what happened. Good to know. So, okay, so we're probably going to call this up when we finish this trial.
A person who shed blood. You don't mean...
Oh, but I do. I believe it was Candace Arm who left behind this message in blood.
What?
What? Detective Arm? Are you sure you know what you're doing here? Not really.
Objection!
Oh, what kind of ridiculous assertion is that? If you had said the attacker left the message to throw people off, it might have made sense. At first glance, that would seem to be the most reasonable explanation. However, Paul didn't shed enough blood to write such an extensive message. Uh-oh.
Oh, I see. Even the photo makes it clear there wasn't enough blood to write all those letters. And Mr. Justice did survive. I suppose he didn't bleed very extensively in that case.
But why would Detective Arm write the defendant's name? There is no connection between the two whatsoever. Because she didn't. She wrote something else. Let me see some other names. Candace Arm, Athena, Gasp in Pain, Ted, Tenate, Woods. But there's more to it. Doom? Doom? Unless it is something, unless it is Doom. She's also way over there. She's not anywhere near this place. But there is a gap between the... Well, no, not exactly. I'm grasping at straws here. The A looks like a 5? Is it? Oh, the S looks like a 5. Wait. D... Yeah. You're right. What if that's not a name? L10015R. It doesn't quite match up. That's very true. Well then. Let's see. Maybe the intended meaning of the message is not what it appears to be.
The intended meaning?
Not what it appears to be? Maybe the message was not intended to be woods.
Coming from you, that's quite a bold statement, Mr. Wright. You wish to assert that this bloody writing could have some other meaning.
Yes, Your Honor. For some reason, I pulled out of a wormhole. For something I pulled out of a wormhole, it could turn out to be true, right? It clearly says woods, as anyone can plainly see. What other meaning could it possibly have? The Candace Arm was a detective. Maybe woods only means something to police. Like a police scanner code, for example.
I didn't think of that.
Hey, you may have tricked his honor, but you'll never get the best of me. I have a thing for studying on the weekends, as you may have already guessed. And there is no such radio code as woods in this state, dear Mr. Wright. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? Look at me, I know as much as you do about police codes.
Enough of this. I was quite taken with the defense's new theory. But if they can't substantiate it with anything, then I must end things here.
No, please wait, Your Honor.
Very well, but before we discuss this theory any further, I demand a plausible explanation. So, Mr. Wright, what is the true meaning of the bloody writing?
Well, I believe it's...
And no stalling. If you can't come up with an answer quickly, I will declare this discussion officially over.
I'm in trouble now. What other meaning could it have, besides the obvious one? Maybe it means something in another language? Or maybe it's a code. Think, Phoenix. You can do this.
Which piece of evidence will tell us what the word woods really means?
Bye, Maya. We'll see you later. I'm looking. I'm thinking. We don't have a lot of evidence to go off of.
Take that!
The bomb transport case? I've about had it up to here with your shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Take a look at the numbers on this case, Your Honor. L10015R. Doesn't that string look vaguely familiar?
L100. What does that have to do with anything?
What could those numbers possibly have to do with this case at hand? Now please look at the bloody writing on the crime photo. Oh, I think I see it. Atta girl. That one's on my side.
It says woods.
Or you could say it's a horse of a different color, Your Honor. The first character isn't a W, it's actually an L and a 1. The next two are zeros.
Oh my goodness!
The true meaning behind the bloody writing isn't Miss Wood's name. It's the number engraved on this bomb transport case.
Objection!
What are you talking about? The next part doesn't make any sense. The next number is a 1, but the bloody writing says D.
Objection!
But the number on the case and the bloody writing can be made to match up quite easily. This is how the number on the transport case can be made to match the bloody writing. Hold on. How do I make it into a D? It's a 1. And not a D. That's a very good question that I don't have an answer for. Erase 1 line or erase 2 lines? How do you turn a D into a 1? I guess just erase 1 line. All I have to do is erase 1 line from the writing.
Erase 1 line from where?
Anywhere you like.
Anywhere I'd like. Alright. I'll erase one of the O's. Wads? And what is that supposed to mean?
Your state of mind. I believe it stands for wise. Okay, I don't think I did that properly. I think I might have messed up. Boss, what in the world? This is no time for a psychology test.
I can't say my state of mind is exactly serene right now, Mr. Wright.
Ugh. I guess erasing just 1 line won't do the trick.
Mr. Wright, please refrain from making things up as you go along. Now try again.
I guess so. Please erase the 3rd downward stroke of the W and the curved part of the D.
Well, would you look at that?
Okay, see, in my mind, 1 made sense because I was only thinking about the D itself and turning that into a 1. I wasn't thinking about the whole word. That's my problem. I'm too smart for this game.
L-I-O-O-I-S.
No, Your Honor, isn't it meant to be read as a word? It's the number L10015. I keep doing Apollo's voice because that's what I'm used to. Which, if you take away the final R, is the exact same number that's on the bomb transport case. Erase 2 lines and they match up, you say? Well, I can change anything into anything else simply by erasing 2 lines. What if we erase 2 lines from your names? Would you be happy as Mr. Rai?
Well, would you, Mr. Rai?
Only right spelling is right. Okay, I'm doing pretty well here, and I think I've drawn the right conclusion. Detective Arm's real message is the bomb transport case number. Your Honor, the 2 lines were added by the real culprit to intentionally mislead people. What? The original message Detective Arm left behind was the transport case number, but whoever assaulted Apollo changed the message. If you're right, boss, then what do you suppose Detective Arm is trying to tell us? Good question. What does this number represent? Do you see this number here? That is my identification number. Candace Arm lost her life in the courtroom bombing. Her dying message could only have had one purpose. No! To tell us the name of the one responsible for the bombing.
Well, don't keep us in suspense, Mr. Wright. Tell us who she was trying to name.
The culprit that the victim was trying to identify is none other than... Detonate! The defense wishes to indict Mr. Detonate on the charge of the courtroom bombing. Shock. Surprise.
Detonate?
Apparently, disabling bombs isn't Mr. Detonate's only specialty. Somehow, the victim must have realized that he was the bomber. So when she was caught in the blast, she left his bomb transport case number as her dying message. She used Mr. Detonate's own ID number to finger him for the crime. Stop fingering people in the courtroom! That's not where you should be doing it! Take that to like a private bedroom or something. Take it to a place that's like, you can pretend it's a courtroom, you can dress it up like one, do some role play. Don't do it in the courtroom. It's nasty. You don't know how many people have been in there. You know, it's not hygienic.
Objection!
Where was I? Why would anyone go out of their way to write an ID number? Wouldn't they simply write the person's name? He's got a good point there.
What do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright?
And only Detective Arm would know the answer to that, but it'll allow me to offer a theory. Perhaps Detective Arm couldn't recall Mr. Snape's name in the heat of the moment. As I recall, this was the first meeting between the two. It's entirely possible they wouldn't have been familiar with each other. Or maybe using the ID number was a way to hide its true meaning from the real culprit, thus lowering the odds that they would erase the bloody writing. But no matter what the reason, the important thing is the meaning behind her message. The fact remains she wrote Mr. Snape's ID number. Now, just one moment here. There hasn't been any proof yet that it was indeed Detective Arm who wrote it. The bloody writing wasn't found during the investigation after the blast. Correct, because this thing was covering it. If Detective Arm had left the message, it should have been found at that time. Naturally, Mr. Snape hid it before anyone could discover it. And there's a simple explanation for how he was able to do so. What? Mr. Snape was able to cover the message up because he's the first person to discover the bloody writing was Mr. Snape himself. I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body. When Mr. Snape saw that the victim had written his ID number, he used the bomb transport case to cover up the bloody writing as a stopgap measure. Oh, so that's why the message in blood was under the transport case. He didn't have enough time to try and scrub away the writing. If he didn't report the body right away, he would look suspicious. So those letters lived on to serve another function, when Mr. Snape used them in another incident.
Oh, the assault on Mr. Justice!
Exactly. Mr. Snape hit him upon a plan to use the bloody writing for his own purposes, so he didn't clean it away. Instead, he made it look like Mr. Justice wrote it, by adding 2 lines to the writing that Detective Arm left behind. He changed the meaning of the message. He made it look like Mr. Justice was accusing Miss Woods of the attack. So that means the only person who could have altered the bloody writing was the courtroom bomber, who was the same person that assaulted Mr. Justice. And that person is Ted Tenate. Gah! Why is he the easiest voice for me to scream in? Like, to be fair, there's partly a mental block on screaming because neighbors exist.
Order in the court, order, I say! It looks like we will have to hear from the bomb specialist himself. Mr. Payne, please have Mr. Tenate take the witness stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. Just doing what I do best, which is flying by the seat of my pants. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try. I've finally drawn Mr. Tenate back onto the witness stand. Looks like you'll get your wish, Goggle Man. Now watch me take your lies apart.
Mr. Tenate, I'm afraid we have a few more questions for you.
I understand the situation, Your Honor. I was keeping a close eye on the proceedings from the gallery. The allegations are all laughable. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I want to be laughing if I were you, Mr. Tenate, and or Mr. Tenate's arm thing. The message in blood matches your ID number. The same ID number that is there on that bomb transport case. Such a far-fetched theory. No better than a tangled ball of wires. I'll have them untangled for you in no time at all. You were the first person on the scene after Detective Arm left her message in blood. You were the only one who could have hidden the writing and then used it again later. I see X2. But then, let me ask you. Do you have any proof that Detective Arm wrote that message?
That's a very good question. Well, do you, Mr. Wright?
The best way to prove that Detective Arm wrote that message is to... Your Honor, I request that a DNA test be performed on the blood itself. Once we know whose it is, it'll be obvious as to who wrote the message.
Very well. Bailiff, please put in a request for a DNA test with the forensics team.
And we didn't start there?
Yes, Your Honor. It will be some time before we have the results of the analysis. Until then, let's hear more from the witness.
I would like nothing more, Your Honor. I want the court to hear how ridiculous the defense's theory is. I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion, but there was no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there is no way Detective Arm could have written it. She struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. I have a feeling we're going to use the mood matrix, and he's going to be very happy about this particular line. Interesting. Why are you smiling so much?
So you're saying that the victim's body was nowhere near where the writing was? Because you were the first one to find it. You could have moved her.
In fact, I'm almost certain you did. Precisely. It is as plain as day that she could not have written it. It's true that the body was discovered near the entrance to the courtroom. Please have a look at the crime scene photo.
Oh, brutal.
As you can see, there's blood on the rubble near the victim's body. She must have died after hitting her head here.
I see.
Let me take a look at that photo again real fast. I can't see her right hand, but I do see blood on her chest. I see blood on her shirt. Which is very interesting.
All right then, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Do you have what it takes to take my infallible testimony apart? If I keep looking down, it's because I have a tennis ball that I'm playing with, like, under my foot, like I'm stimulating, stimming? Sure, we'll just call it that. ADHD. And then I keep losing it for a second. I have to find it for real fast. Oh wait, no, we already did this. Okay.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible she could have crawled to the area of the bloody message? If that were true, then how did she return to the spot near the entrance? Maybe she crawled back after writing it. Maybe someone moved her. Hello? Hey, did this guy just hoof me? How would you like to get down on the floor and give us a demonstration of your theory? Huh? No, thank you. The victim's body and the writing are several yards away from each other. There's no way she could reach. Move the body, yo. Quite the conundrum. So that means something is off somewhere. There must be a contradiction. Maybe the body was moved? But that doesn't explain how blood got onto the rubble. What if it was done by the real culprit after the fact? If that's the case, then something about this might contradict the evidence we have. Okay, because the evidence that we have... There's blood on her shirt. That's the big thing for me.
Hold it!
Let's start here. Do you imagine she was thrown back by the force of the blast? A bomb can inflict damage not only from the explosion itself, but also substantial secondary damage from the blast wind, also known as the shockwave. Detective R unfortunately hit her head on some rubble. It's stated in her autopsy report as well. Cause of death, trauma to back of head. The autopsy report. I'm gonna take another look at that. With a flat, there it is. I got it. Flat object. Flat. Flat. That's not flat. It's pointy. Fuck you. Now, do you see? Detective Arm could not have written that message. The reason for that being... some bullshit. I call bullshit on your bullshit. You are a terrible liar, Mr. Tenate. Take a look at this autopsy, specifically the part about Detective Arm's head injury. Cause of death, trauma to back of head caused by impact with a flat object. Yes, what about it? Now take a good look at the bloody piece of rubble. It's sharp and pointed. Hey, you're right, boss. It is pointing. Just like your hair.
Oh, that is odd, isn't it? What could be the meaning of this contradiction?
I believe it means the victim did not hit her head on this piece of rubble. The bloodstain you see is just another fabrication. Its purpose is to mislead us into thinking the victim died near the courtroom entrance. How are you claiming the culprit moved the victim's body? That's exactly what I'm claiming. The victim hit her head at some other location, most likely on the floor or some other flat surface. And that location was somewhere near where the bloody writing was found. In that case, she definitely could have written the message.
Your Honor, I have the results of the bloodstain analysis. Oh, very good timing. Let's take a look. According to this report, the message was written to Detective Arm's blood. And as the defense claims, only the parts of the message that were added afterwards were written in Mr. Justice's blood. It would appear that the defense's assertion is correct after all.
Booyah, bitch! Fuck you. Yes! You did it! You were right, boss! Now I have to drive it home. I'll have to take a good look at the bloody writing analysis later. Alright now. DNA analysis definitively proves the blood of the writing to be that of victim Candace Arm, age 27. However, the lines that were added later were found to be written in the blood of Apollo Justice, age 23. Candace Arm! I spent so much time trying to go, what does her name mean? Her name is a pun. I know that it is. Can disarm. Fuck. But hey, I figured it out. That's all that matters. I win. A lot of these names, you really have to say them slowly. Winston Payne. Gaspin Payne. Candace Arms. Romaine Lettuce.
Mr. Tenate, it is now apparent that you have told several lies to this court. I hope you have some sort of explanation for yourself.
Ellipses, ellipses. Fine, I will confess. You will? But then, why are you so calm? This time, I will tell the truth. I have already committed perjury. The truth. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. She very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked, but I did not detonate the bomb. Detective Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber. Not wanting to be accused, I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad.
I see. So it is your assertion that you merely moved the body, is that it?
That is correct. I did not kill Detective Arm.
Oh, well, that's all you did then. Wait a minute! That in and of itself is a criminal act!
Glad to see you finally crossed that finish line, Your Honor. Very proud of you.
Very well, then your cross-examination, please, Mr. Wright.
This bitch. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. She very plainly wrote that I was shocked. But I did not detonate the bomb. We'll start there.
Didn't you? The victim may have had special knowledge of who the bomber was.
I have no idea what thoughts Detective Arm may have had inside her head.
It's not like I have a dismantled her mind to check.
Mr. Wright, if you have suspicions about the witness, let's see your proof. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Even school children know that. How many years have you been a defense attorney now? Cut me some slack, will you? Don't feel bad, boss. You just got your attorney's badge back, after all. In that sense, you're still more of a beginner than I am. I suppose I should be thankful you're not a licensed psychologist. Also, this still doesn't answer the question of who moved it after he got attacked. Like, that's kind of a whole thing.
Mr. Tennant, please continue with the testimony.
With pleasure. My ID number was left at the scene, but...
Hold it!
By mistaken, do you mean you had nothing to do with the explosion? That is correct. That is why I was so shocked when I saw my ID number. The victim may have suspected Mr. Tennant for no reason other than the fact that, as the bomb specialist, he was in charge of the bomb. In other words, a false accusation. It's vocational discrimination, I say.
I do not support discrimination of any kind.
Well spoken, Your Honor. If the victim had been found to be killed with a gavel, Mr. Blue Suit over there probably would have pinned the crime on you.
He would? Well, I just wouldn't do. Mr. Light, if you dare try to pin anything on me, I will find you in contempt of court.
I've never even tried to harm a hair on a strand of your beard, Your Honor. Well said, Mr. Payne. Because I am so closely associated with bombs, I was afraid I would be prosecuted if anyone saw the bloody writing.
Hold it!
You didn't think to clean away the bloody writing? I didn't have time. By the time I found the message, the blood was already dry. The police were waiting just outside for me to secure the room, and I still had to move the body. I was in a panic. With no time to spare, I temporarily covered the writing with my case. Didn't you think the police would find it during their investigation? Regulation stipulates only specialists may transport cases. Because of the danger, you see. I thought I would clean up the writing once they were finished. My bad. My bad? Does he really think that will just magically smooth everything over? This guy is something else. I don't believe Detective Arm's dying message was just some mistake. He won't wriggle out of this so easily. What did Mr. Tennant see when he first discovered the bloody writing? There has to be a contradiction hidden in his testimony somewhere. Let me think. There has to be a contradiction somewhere, I'm just not sure where.
Hold it!
So you admit you actually did see the bloody writing that Detective Arm left. My bad. I should have said so from the outset. And you're sure it was your ID number? I am sure. It was definitely my ID number. Despite the fact that we don't have evidence of that. That number was assigned exclusively to me by the police department. The number is assigned to my goggles as well. Those funky things were provided by the police department? Although these are special goggles customized by me personally. Speaking of personalized, those sunglasses of mine were custom made as well. They were specially created to be particularly dark and shiny.
Speaking of special, my gavel is made of mahogany and was custom made as well. It was specially created to make a particularly loud and resonating sound. Ow.
Wish I had something to brag about. Be all of that as it may, I just want to reconfirm you saw the bloody writing clearly, and that it was your ID number. That is correct. My ID number was written in blood on the floor. Interesting. Interesting. Are you sure? Are you sure?
Objection!
Are you sure? I just want to make doubly sure that L10015R is really what you saw written in blood. Yes, it very clearly said L10015R. Well, that's odd, because that's not what I see.
Objection!
Oh, what on earth are you babbling on about now? Wasn't it you who claimed that the bloody writing was his ID number in the first place? Take a good look at the photo and the bloody writing analysis. Now tell me, does it really say L10015R? Something is missing, isn't it? And that something is the final R.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Tonnage?
Oh, right. Now I remember. There was no R on the end. It was just a slip of the finger. My bad. Come back, my beautiful contradiction. Mr. Wright, I'm not so sure it was just a simple slip of the finger. You have something for me, Athena? I said that he's extremely agitated, almost panicked. He looks pretty flustered. I don't think you need superhuman hearing or sight to tell that much. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I need superpowers to know that he's agitated at the moment. What do you guys think? I'm gonna let this sit for just a second and watch him grind his teeth into dust. Do you require a mouth guard when you sleep, sir? How so you won't grind your teeth at night and you get your jaw locked up? Anyways.
Well, Mr. Wright, it appears it was nothing more than a mere mistake.
I don't know. Did he really just make a typo? What about that R? Did Mr. Tennate really see it? Oh no. He saw it. Maybe Mr. Tennate really did see the R. Well, there's no R anywhere in the bloody writing. Hello? Do you not see where it was clearly picked up out of the floor? Huh? Now that I take a good look at the photo, I think maybe... Yes! He sees it! He's not blind! I love that. That's it! What is it now, Mr. Wright? Are you trying to imitate Apollo and his cords of steel? I've got it! So that's what happened. A slip of the finger. Is that really all it was? Because I don't think so. I propose that Mr. Tennate really did see the letter R.
But the photo clearly shows that there is no R.
No, Your Honor. Actually, just the opposite is true. The photo shows that Mr. Tennate actually could have seen the R.
If you're going to make that claim, you'd better be able to point out what you mean. What part of the photo shows that Mr. Tennate could have seen the R?
Take that!
Please look here, to the right of the 5. Do you see a little bit of red?
Oh, I see it. Just on the edge of where the floor is broken up.
That's the R that Mr. Tennate saw. It's true that the witness wears some very, very odd goggles. But that doesn't mean his eyesight is bad, nor his brain power. What part of that little smudge looks like an R to you?
Objection!
But what Mr. Tennate saw wasn't that little smudge. There was a whole incomplete R written there, before the floor was damaged by the explosion.
Oh, well, that explains it. Huh?
Care to explain what you mean? Because you just proposed that everything happened in the exact opposite order. I understand. I understand. He got everyone to evacuate, killed the detective, then set off the bomb. Yep, because that's the way it really went down. The timing of when the R was written turns everything about this case around. Now then, if the floor was damaged by the explosion, when was the message written? With a bloody message running off the edge of the damaged floor like that, we can only conclude that it was written before the explosion. But that's ridiculous!
If that were true, it overturns your own premise.
That's right, it does. In fact, it turns everything upside down. The victim was not killed by the explosion in the courtroom. She was killed before the explosion ever occurred.
Order! Order in the court!
Oh, what kind of preposterous claim is that? Have you forgotten that the victim's body was found at the scene of the explosion? True, but consider this scenario. She was hit on the head and killed before the explosion, or even before the trial began. Her body was subsequently placed in the courtroom ruins after the bombing occurred. That way, it could be made to look like she was a victim of the blast. The transport case! It's a really big case. What if she was inside the case?
It sounds like we'd better look into what the victim was doing before the trial. Mr. Payne, did anyone see Detective Arm before the trial?
Let's see. According to the police reports, Here it is. A one person saw the victim before the trial, and that person was Tenate. Wait, what?
No one besides Mr. Tenate saw the victim.
That appears to be the case, Your Honor.
I would now ask the court to recall something. Specifically, Mr. Tenate's words from yesterday.
It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb.
Oh my!
Mr. Tenate, just before the trial, you were with the victim. The two of you were together at the scene of the crime, courtroom number 4. Ah! 2 p.m.
Your Honor, the defense requests new testimony from Mr. Tenate. We wish to hear what he has to say about his whereabouts just before the trial. Mr. Tenate, your testimony, please.
My testimony. There is no need for wild... He's completely unnerved, Mr. Wright. He must have hit the nail on the head. Because all I did was transport the bomb to the courtroom. I already told you. What's it else? Ugh, blast this thing. I was only in the courtroom with the victim because of our work. I swear I was only transporting the bomb there.
You and the victim were alone together at the scene of the crime. In other words, you certainly had the opportunity to commit murder, did you not?
Tisk, tisk. And do you always leave yourself so open to attacks, Mr. Wright?
What now, Mr. Payne?
Yes, Mr. Tenate may have had the opportunity to kill Detective Arm, but an important piece of your assertion is missing.
What important piece?
The murder weapon. What do you claim was used to kill the victim?
Mr. Payne has a point. Even if Mr. Tenate had the chance, without a weapon, we can't accuse him of the crime.
Well, Mr. Tenate? Oh, yes, that's right.
I didn't have any sort of thing that would be used as a murder weapon on me. I couldn't possibly have killed Detective Arm.
Did he really have nothing he could use as a murder weapon? What about the bomb? You know, the thing that was 12 pounds and super heavy. A real big item. And was hidden away and no one could see it. This is Athena. Just looking over the victim's autopsy report. I'm hoping there's something in here that can point us in the right direction.
Well, it does say that she died from trauma to the back of the head with a flat object.
Yeah, and to inflict that specific kind of injury, all you would need is a flat surface, right?
A heavy blunt object with a flat surface could definitely be our murder weapon. Well, Mr. Wright, can you indicate for the court what was used to kill Detective Arm?
I believe I can. Believe being the key word here. You can?
Then please do so now. What did Mr. Tenate have that could have been used as the murder weapon?
Take that!
Mr. Tenate, you say you didn't have anything that could be used as a weapon. But in fact, you had the perfect thing. What? What the devil are you talking about?
You had this. So that's the bomb. I thought you were trying to prove that the victim wasn't killed by the bomb blast.
The bomb blast, no, but I believe Candace Arm was killed with this bomb. Because this is the blunt object that delivered the fatal blow to her head. And because the bomb blew up, there's no evidence. There's no murder weapon. Huzzah! Wait, no, that's bad. For us. Well, not anymore.
Please recall the description of Detective Arm's head wound. Trauma to back of head caused by impact with a flat object. We assume this injury was sustained when her head hit the floor. But a blow from any flat side of this bomb would produce the exact same wound pattern.
What's with him? And show me some proof. Where's the evidence that I hit the victim with the bomb?
He's right. I don't have anything decisive.
And did you find any of the victim's blood on the bomb? That would be decisive proof. But too bad. The bomb is blown to bits. It's long gone. Boom! Game over. Mr. Wright, is there really nothing on the bomb in the photo? It's cracked. It's cracked! We go all the way back to the beginning of the trial. Ugh, I don't see any blood or anything. Oh wait, the timer display is a little broken here. Maybe it broke when it made contact with Detective Arm's head. That's definitely a distinct possibility. But unless we find a fragment with the victim's blood on it, it's not going to count. Ugh, I guess you're right. By setting off the bomb, Tennate managed to obliterate all traces of the murder weapon. What in the world do I do now? Also, I hope you enjoy my evil, maniacal laughter. I have fun with it. At times like this, I've got to change gears and look at things in a different way. Instead of looking for the things he wasn't able to hide, I should be looking for a way to expose the things he did hide. Tennate murdered Detective Arm before the trial started, and he placed her body in the courtroom after the body went off, which means there was something he needed to keep hidden until then. And I think I have just the thing. 100% the photo that shows exactly what the photo that said what he intended to hide. He was hiding her body, right?
Take that!
The music didn't stop. There's something we've all been overlooking. If the murder took place before the trial, then Mr. Tennate would have had to hide the body somewhere during the trial. Hey, you're right. And if we can figure out where that hiding place was, exactly, we might be able to find some evidence we can pin him down with. So where can Mr. Tennate have hidden the body during the trial? Wait. A box big enough for her body. A box that was in the courtroom the whole time. A box nobody would touch if they thought there was a bomb in it. Mr. Tennate. What is it? Do you finally have some decisive evidence to show me? No? You're the one who's going to show it to me. Come again? You heard me. Now, show me what's inside that bomb transport case. What? Why? No! Oh, there's no need. I've got him now. Just before the trial, you killed the victim with a blunt object, and then you placed her body in the ruins of the courtroom after the bomb went off. Clearly, you're trying to make it look like she died in the explosion. But where is the body hidden during the trial?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
The answer is right here. Inside a box made of thick alloy plating that can withstand any impact. No, that's completely false. If it's false, you should have no objections to showing us your transport case. So, let's open it up and take a look inside, shall we? Who's saying hold it? Let's not. Not if you value your life. What's he up to now? Remain calm and listen carefully. This bomb will detonate in 5 minutes.
What?
Huh? I repeat, this HH-3000 will detonate in 5 minutes.
What's going on?
Your Honor, I recommend you adjourn this trial before this bomb goes off.
Mr. Tennate, are you threatening me?
Heh, heh, heh. I am the only one who can disable this bomb. If you do not want to die, your only option is to listen to me. But Mr. Tennate, didn't you say that's just a training model? A fake to practice on? I did, but I also lied. This is the real deal. This is the HH-3000. But the HH-3000 was used to blow up courtroom number 4, wasn't it? How do you know it was the real HH-3000 that blew up courtroom number 4? Huh? The bomb that blew up the courtroom was a different one that I made.
What? Then are we to take that as a confession on your part?
Take it any way you would like. Just before the trial, I took the HH-3000 out of the stuffed animal and put my own bomb into it. That was the bomb that exploded and destroyed courtroom number 4. Mr. Tennate, please be reasonable. Do you really expect us to believe a crazy story like that? The HH-3000, it is so unique, I had never seen anything like it. It is so unique that I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. So, I just had to have it. Besides, did anyone look inside the stuffed animal during the trial? Did anyone check to see if it really was the HH-3000 in there?
I must confess, no one opened the stuffed animal to check.
As though there really is a possibility that the bomb was switched out. I think he's lying. I think this is a bluff. I think that this is a bluff, and I think the Moon Matrix is going to tell us. No, not a possibility. A certainty. I did it. So he's had a real bomb with him this whole time? You had better get out of here while you can. You do not have much time. Because if that's the real bomb, the timer's cracked.
Order! Order in the court!
I'm out of here, man! It's gonna blow! Run! I have fun here. Are y'all having fun here? I'm having fun here. You four are still here. Well, well, aren't you brave?
It just wouldn't do for the judge presiding over this court to run. But that horrible explosion the other day.
That looks like he's about to book it for the nearest exit any second. As for Mr. Payne... that is... Off he goes. And he's off. Mr. Wright, what do we do? It'd be pretty pathetic to run now, wouldn't it? But the bomb might really go off. Only 3 more minutes, folks. That is the fake bomb. Is that bomb really the HH-3000? It's not. Fuck you. It's a fake. What should I do? I knew it was fake. I fucking knew it. He's bluffing. He's lying. He just wants an excuse to escape. I can't run now. Well, it's been fun, but I will be going now. With my dear, dear HH-3000, naturally. Oh, and by the way, I would advise against having me followed. Even with no remote switch, this bomb can still be triggered manually. If I think I'm being followed, I will detonate it on the spot. Farewell.
Hold it!
You're not going anywhere, Tetonate. Oh. Your Honor, there's no reason to be afraid. That bomb is a fake.
Are you sure, Mr. Wright?
More of your famous bluffing, even at the risk of your own life.
Mr. Wright, none of your bluffing now, not at a time like this. Lives are on the line here.
I'm not bluffing, and I have proof.
You do?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. It's right here in the photo of the bomb, clear as day. Proof that Mr. Tenate's bomb is not the real HH-3000.
Really? Out with it then, immediately! Where is the proof that what Mr. Tenate is holding is not the real HH-3000?
Take that!
Take that! The display for the timer on the bomb in the photo is broken. Most likely it broke and Mr. Tenate used the bomb to attack Detective Arm. But the display on the bomb in front of us is not broken.
Oh, you're right!
Therefore, this is not the real HH-3000. Mr. Tenate was clearly lying when he said he switched out the bomb in the stuffed animal. The real HH-3000 blew up in courtroom number 4. The bomb is nothing more than a fake, a model used for training purposes. Fear not, Your Honor. I'll examine the inside of the bomb transport case myself.
Yes, please do that, Mr. Wright.
No! Stop! Bloody!
Oh, what is that? Is that a blood stain?
Just as I expected. Your lies have all been blown to bits, Mr. Tenate. I'm confident DNA analysis on this bloodstain will confirm that it's Detective Arm's blood. And that those results will conclusively prove that you murdered Detective Arm. How about it, Mr. Tenate? Think you can dismantle this decisive evidence? Get fucked, motherfucker! Dismantle it? You're too late! You missed your chance to run, so now you're out of time! This HH-3000 is about to explode! Don't try to threaten us, Mr. Tenate. I've already proved that your bomb is a fake. It's real! This bomb is the real thing, I tell you! It's real! Okay, that's too much even for me. Oh, I'm okay. I'm good. Mad Bomber, party of 1. There's no time left. It's going to blow. I have to disarm it. I have to take it apart. I can dismantle anything. I can take apart evidence. I can take apart bombs. I can dismantle it all. Dismantle, 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 dismantle. I'm not gonna make it. Only one thing left to do. I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. I'm completely out of breath. Whew. I made it. Are you telling me that that's real? Are you telling me that that stopped the bomb? Oh, look at your cute little eyes. Bye, bitch. Game over. Dismantle attempt failed. For a second there, I was worried it was actually gonna fucking blow up. It's all over. My life has been blown to pieces. It's all that stupid woman's fault. I was selling the bombs I disarmed on the black market. Oh, when I tried to take this one, she just had to notice, didn't she? She confronted me in courtroom number 4 that day. That's why I had no choice. Before I knew what I was doing, I hit her. It's all her fault. While I was looking for a place to hide her body, she left a message in her own blood. A trial was about to start, so I didn't have time to clean it up. And now all this. I thought for sure I could disguise her death with an explosion. And that stupid defense attorney started sticking his nose into my business. After my testimony yesterday, I went to courtroom number 4 and I found that kid all up in my bomb transport case. That's when I snuck up behind him and BAM! And when the idiot police arrested that little girl, I thought for sure I could pin it all on her. Why? Oh, why?
Tensionate, you are hereby under arrest. On suspicion of the courtroom bombing and the assault on Mr. Justice. Your innocence or guilt will be determined at a later trial. Now then, I see that members of the public have returned to the gallery. One person, however, seems to still be running far, far away. Be that as it may, I will now announce Miss Juniper Wood's verdict. Not guilty.
Woohoo! Yay! We did it! Congratulations! Victory! Woohoo! Wow! Alright. That took longer than I anticipated it to. But here, as soon as this chapter ends and we get to a save, we're gonna call the stream.
Court is adjourned.
Hack, hack. Cough, cough. Too much screaming. Well, that's what water's for. Stay hydrated. You did it, boss! I guess we managed to pull it off somehow. So many mysteries cleared up all at once. It was amazing! It just sort of worked out that way, didn't it? That's not the kind of thing that usually just works out. You made it happen. And the way that mean old prosecutor hightailed it out of here, oh, that was great! Mr. Wright, Dana, thank you for everything you did for me. I'm so happy for you, Junie. That you can go back home to the forest in peace. I hope the both of you will come and visit me there sometime. That would be nice. Thank you for the invitation. I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm not so sure you can make it all the way up to Junie's house. How high up do you live again, Junie? Around 3,000 feet, I think. What? That's no forest, that's a mountain. But, you know, boss, there's something that still bothers me about the case. One little mystery we never got around to solving. Oh, that. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Is this the unsolved mystery you're thinking of?
Take that!
A remote switch, right? Yeah, I wonder where it disappeared to. Maybe Mr. Snake just got rid of it somewhere. Yeah, it is a pretty big thing to leave unsolved, though. Oh, let's leave it up to the police to find. For now, we should be celebrating our not guilty verdict. I guess you're right. Hey, I know. Junie, shall we go report the good news? You know, to that certain someone. Okay. Her grandmother? No, silly, to Apollo. Oh, right. Oh, why don't we all go to the hospital together to see him? Great idea. I bet he's bored out of his mind. Okay. And so the courtroom bombing case came to a close, but the next trial was just over the horizon. There's never a dull moment with so many lawyers in the office, that's for sure. Apollo Justice, Athena Sykes, and me, Phoenix Wright. Between the three of us, there's no case we can't solve. When our powers combine, we're an unstoppable team. At least, that's what I believed. I don't like the implications of that statement. That sounds bad. It sounds like bad things are going to happen. But all of that changed with what Apollo said to us that day. It was something that would put my faith in us to the ultimate test. Date unknown. Time unknown. Write anything agency.
Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
Can you at least give me a reason why?
I can only say that this is something I must settle on my own.
Trissy! Hi, Trissy. We miss you, Trissy. I know that we just finished Apollo Justice, but still, we miss you.
Oh, why, Apollo? Why are you shutting us out?
And that is... What happened to you, Apollo? Why are you shutting us out? Ever since you put that jacket on, you've changed. What is that jacket? And now, for whatever reason, all my mind keeps doing is returning to the day I first met you. We had tackled our first case together, he and I, this past spring. As we did, I came to know who he is and how he thinks. It was a very peculiar case, one in which the victim was killed by a mythical creature. But that's a story for another time. We are going to save it there, and we're going to call it, because we've been going for 4.5 hours. Thank you all so much for joining me. We did it, y'all. We completed Apollo Justice. And we started Dual Destinies. Awesome. I'm proud. We did good today. Alright. So, we will not be streaming on Saturday because I have work. However, I might stream tomorrow, because I don't think Caden is. I might do my Digimon stream tomorrow instead of Saturday. Just keep an eye on Discord and everything else. Discord and Tumblr, really, that's it. And Blue Sky, I guess. And we will just see if I'm doing that. But, thank you for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed this. I know I did. I'm having fun. I always have fun with Ace Attorney. Let's go take... We haven't raided Madia in a long time. Let's go raid Madia. We haven't done that in a bit. So I'm going to say goodnight to y'all. And remember, yes, possible stream tomorrow. No stream Saturday. We should stream on Sunday. That's it for now. Enjoy your night. I'm hungry. I need to go get food. Let me just go ahead and get all this ready. Yeah, thanks for joining me. We're gonna go hit that raid. I hope you enjoyed my fun acting. my fun voice acting. Always a good time. I'm not a professional. Let me make that clear. But no. Raid. I think I spelled that properly. I did. We're good. I'm sending y'all out. Have a great night, y'all. We'll see you later. Bye.